Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man's Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm Maria. This happened in the old house where I grew up. The one with floors that always told on you. My room was at the very end of a narrow hallway, past the frame photos that slanted a little because the nail holes had been used too many times. If I had to get to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I had to walk past the living room. My mother slept in there on a recliner because her back would seize up if she stayed too long in bed. That chair sat right in the middle of the living room like an island. To get by, you had to skim the edge of the rug and watch your toes on a board near the TV that always squeaked. The night it happened was cold enough that the windows had that film of fog along the edges. You could smell the old wood and what was left of the lemon cleaner my mother used earlier that evening. The house wasn't fancy. It was the kind of place where you can point to scratches and tell a story about each one. The living room had a lamp with a yellow shade that made everything look warm, even when it wasn't. She always left the remote and her reading glasses on the little table next to the recliner, her water glass on a coaster with a chip missing. These are the kinds of details you get used to and stop noticing until something makes you pay attention again. That day had been normal. I'd showered after dinner, dried my hair halfway, crawled into bed around midnight with the door cracked 2 fingers for air. I like the room colder at night. The hallway carried every sound, so we were used to moving a certain way on the wood to keep things quiet. Even barefoot, my feet had a rhythm that my mother knew. She's the kind of light sleeper who can pick out who's walking by the weight and tempo. She always joked that I walk like I'm thinking hard. Heel, ball, pause. If I went to the bathroom after lights out, she always noticed. It was part of our routine. I slept like a rock that night. I remember turning my pillow over to the cool side once, yanking the blanket up under my chin, and then nothing. I didn't get up. I didn't even dream. I can say that without doubt because of how it felt when I finally woke up. That heavy-necked fog that only breaks when someone is shaking your shoulder harder than they should. But between 2 and 3 in the morning, my mother swears it was closer to 2:30, the house changed. She told me she came out of that thin sleep where you don't see anything but you know exactly where you are. She heard my feet in the hallway, that exact tap, tap, tap of bare skin on wood. Not loud, just the way it always was when I tried to be quiet so I wouldn't bother her back. 3 steps into the mouth of the hallway, then, the way she tells it, I turned into the living room instead of going straight to the bathroom. She said it didn't make sense, even in that foggy moment, but she wasn't alarmed. Maybe I wanted water. Maybe I was moving slow because I was half asleep. She whispered my name. No answer. Then the sound did something it had never done. It started circling her chair, soft and sure, in a perfect ring around that recliner, not running, not shuffling. Not the light dance of a kid fooling around. It was steady and spaced out, my gait exactly, my weight exactly. Like if you closed your eyes, you could picture me choosing my steps the same way I always had. Careful on the rug edge, careful when you cross the board that squeaks, once around, twice, a third time, a third. The pace didn't change. She said her heartbeat got loud in her ears. She called my name again, still soft, because she really didn't want to move her back. The steps didn't answer. They kept the circle like they were counting. She struck the side of the recliner with her fingers. She has this habit when she's impatient, and the tapping didn't skip even 1 beat. She said that's the moment her stomach dropped. That was the point where it stopped being Maria's up late and turned into this is wrong. She reached for the lamp switch. Her words were, I wasn't scared at first. I was annoyed. I was going to tell you to go to the bathroom and go back to sleep. She clicked the lamp on. Silence. Not slow. Not like the sound faded into the rest of the house. It cut. It was there, and in the same second it was gone. The room was empty. No shadows that could be mixed up for legs. No open window. The chair was still. The glass of water had a line of condensation catching the light. The TV black. There's nothing dramatic to describe except the fact that there was nobody there. And the sound stopped, as if somebody had pinched it closed with their fingers. After that, she did something her back would hate her for. She stood up. She checked the dining room, the space by the bookcase, the path along the rug where someone would have had to go to keep circling her. Nothing. The air had that kind of heavy quiet that makes the mechanical hums of a house sound too loud. She walked to my room. The door was a little open the way I left it. She says I was curled up like a comma, face turned toward the wall, breathing the deep, slow way she knows means I'm far under. She watched me for a second, waiting for me to move or snore or do anything that would make sense. And I didn't. That's when I felt her hand on my shoulder, and I woke with a jolt that shot pain into my neck, too. My mouth was dry the way it gets when you've been out for hours. I didn't understand why my heart was already running until I saw her face. It was that mix of colorlessness and anger you get when you get scared and then try to stomp it down with irritation. You go practical. You look for the facts. She was at the edge of my bed, breathing like she'd just moved too fast. Even half asleep, I reached for the lamp on my nightstand and couldn't find it, then realized the room was already bright because the living room light was spilling down the hallway. That confused me even more. It took a few seconds to connect her words to anything. She kept saying it, like she had to test the sentence out loud to be sure it existed. She heard me walk into the living room and circle her chair, over and over. It sounded like me. It felt like me, but nobody was there. I got up. I didn't want to, honestly. My legs had that buzz of adrenaline that makes your knees feel loose. But I had to see the space with my own eyes. I went down the hall with her close behind me. I expected to smell the night air or feel a draft if a window was open. Nothing. The living room was just as it always was. The lamp made that little perforated shadow through the shade. The rug had the same corner that always wants to flip up. Her glasses were where they should be. The recliner's headrest had that shallow dent from where the shape of her head warms it. We didn't say anything for a minute. The quiet settled over us in a way I'll never forget. When you're trying to hear something, everything has edges. The fridge in the kitchen clicked. Somewhere far outside, a car went by with a tired muffler. In the house, just us and the lamp and the feeling that something else had been in the room and had the nerve to move like me. I went to the bathroom just to check. The lid was down. The floor mat didn't have any new folds. The faucet wasn't dripping. I checked the front door instinctively. The chain was still on. I know people will think of the obvious, an intruder, a sleepwalker, a dream. We didn't have pets. There were no other people in the house. The doors were locked top and bottom. The windows around the living room were the kind that groan when you open them, and they hadn't been touched. The air wasn't cold the way it gets when a gust sneaks in. It felt like it always did at that hour, still a little stale. We stood there long enough that my eyes slid to the floor like maybe I'd see something, a bit of sand I could follow, anything. If you knew our house, you'd know the boards right around my mother's chair. There were 3 that ran in a line from the TV to the hall that were darker than the rest. One had that squeak on the left edge. If you stepped in just the right spot, the sound was quick and high like a bird. 5 steps from the edge of the rug to the mouth of the hall if your feet are my size. That's what she meant by my gait. It wasn't just the weight. It was the exact pattern of which boards I hit, where I hesitate, how I slide sideways so I don't catch the corner of the rug with my toes. You can't make that up if you don't live in a place. You learn a house like you learn a song. And she heard my song going in circles around her. I tried to replicate it, not the circling, just the walk from the hall to the chair. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped close to the recliner and felt stupid like I was putting on a show. My mother closed her eyes and listened, and when I stopped, she shook her head and said it again. Exactly that. That was it. She told me she had that weird pull to turn the lamp off again, to see if the sound would start back up. We both stood there with that idea heavy between us. I reached for the switch. I don't even remember deciding to. I think part of me thought if it was going to happen, I wanted to hear it for myself. Maybe that would make it real in a way that a story never could. My hand hit the switch and the room went dark, except for the sliver of hall light. We didn't breathe. I swear my ears started to ring from how hard I was trying to make them work. Nothing. Just the same old stillness. I could hear my mother's breath change, getting tight with fear. I turned the lamp back on. The bulb hummed. My mother rubbed her wrists like she does when she gets rattled, and we both laughed, one of those fake laughs that break into nothing the second they start. After that, we did the checklist again. Checked the back door in the kitchen, checked the bathroom window, checked the little closet with the vacuum. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. Nobody could have run down the hall without us hearing it. The only space with cover was under the dining table, and it was clear. An intruder would have left prints in the dust by the back door, and there were none. If it was the house settling, it chose a new trick. If it was a dream, we both had the same one with matching details that depended on the way I walk and the exact location of a squeaky board. People have told me all kinds of explanations, and I try to nod because I can tell they're trying to help. What I can't make go away is the way it felt in the room when the sound cut out. It didn't fade. It didn't stutter. It just ended like someone pulled a plug on it. I went back to bed because there was nothing else to do. That sounds ridiculous written out, but that's what happens in real life. You can only stand in a room staring at nothing for so long before your body insists on lying down. My mother settled into the recliner again, very carefully, like she didn't want to disturb whatever had been disturbed. She scooted the chair a half-inch, like that would make a difference. The lamp stayed on this time. I left my door a little wider open. I lay there with my eyes open longer than I want to admit. The hall light carved a slice of brightness across my floor. I kept imagining I'd see a shadow pass over it. Nothing did. Every time I blinked, I saw that empty ring around the recliner and imagined feet I couldn't see tracing it. I tried to match the sound in my head, and it made my scalp crawl to think of something nailing my footsteps that perfectly. I don't know when I fell back asleep. When I woke up, the house felt normal in that boring morning way. The air was thinner somehow, the way it gets when the sun finally warms the windows. My mother was in the kitchen, not saying much, moving like her back hurt more than usual. She'd tell me she had been awake for a long time after I went to bed. She kept thinking maybe she would hear just one more step, just so she could say she had mistaken it for a drip or a creak after all. It never came back. The part that still twists me up is the humanness of it. If I had to describe the feeling, it's not something stomping around. It's someone who knew how to be me. Right down to the pace I keep when I'm trying not to wake my mother, the way I cut a corner around the rug, the way I automatically steer around her feet. That's why it scared my mother. It wasn't random noise. It was deliberate, lazy, patient. It was a loop, and the second she invited light into it, it ended like it didn't want to be seen doing what it was doing. I've run through all the angles. We didn't have neighbors on the other side of the wall there. The living room wall faced the street, not another house. The floors are too thick for someone outside to make those exact sounds. A cat couldn't have done it. We didn't have a cat. Even if a raccoon had gotten in somehow, it wouldn't sound like a person dragging skin over wood at my weight, and it wouldn't move in a perfect circle around a chair. A sleepwalking version of me? I've never slept-walked. I was under, dead to the world. You can't fake the kind of sleep where you wake up with your throat dry and your limbs heavy. She watched me long enough to make sure. She says she was looking at my shoulders because I slouch a little when I sleep on my side. They didn't twitch. They didn't do anything. I was out. Since that night, a weird thought keeps coming back that I can't shake. My mother asked it first a few days later when we could talk about it without our hearts jumping. If she hadn't turned the lamp on, how long would it have gone on? Would it have kept circling her, wearing around into the air, just looping and looping until daylight? Would it have slowed down to lull itself, sped up to try to scare her, moved in closer until there was no space between the chair and the steps? It makes my palms sweat to think that maybe it would have just kept doing it until it learned every plank the way I've learned them. The worst thought is that it already had learned them. It knew them well enough to pretend to be me. I know this is not a tidy story. There's nothing dramatic to point to. No door slammed, no object flew. There's no proof to hold up. It's a sound, and then no sound, and then a fact you either accept or you don't. My mother knows my footsteps better than anyone. She heard them in a circle around her seat while I slept across the hall. There's that lamplight, and the breath she held, and the wood under the rug that I could map in my sleep, and the way the quiet after felt dense, like a hand pressed over your mouth. I still sleep with my door cracked a little. I still slow down near the chair whenever I visit, even though we moved it eventually. And sometimes, when it's very late and the house goes thin and you can hear the pipes and the road and the buried sounds a building makes, I put my ear to the moment like it might have a seam. If I listen hard enough, I keep thinking I'll pick up the shape of it again. The start of a circle, the weight of my own step coming toward the mouth of the hallway, turning left into the living room when it should have gone straight, choosing the turn again and again for no reason I can name. I never hear it, but saying I never hear it doesn't make the memory any less real. It happened the way I told you. It was my gait, it was my weight, it was not me. It went on until the light hit it, and then it stopped. And I still don't have a name for what stepped around my mother's chair that night, borrowing the map of my feet. Story 2. I was a teenager, and I let myself get talked into something that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it. If you've lived around Bangkok long enough, you know there are these half-dead industrial zones where factories closed and no one bothered to tear them down. This one was supposed to be a toy factory. I didn't want to go, I said so more than once. But when you're in the back seat and the person driving decides the plan, your no turns into a nervous laugh and some excuse about being tired. There were 3 girls in the car and 3 boys, and I was the one who knew it was a bad idea before the car even left the gas station. It was a Friday night, late enough that the streets were almost empty. That awkward hour between the last round of food stalls packing up and the first taxis cruising for people to take home. The car smelled like air freshener and stale fries. The driver had the music just low enough that the bass buzzed, and the boys passed a flashlight back and forth like a trophy, even though none of us had used it yet. The road out toward the factory was one of those long stretches that goes past canals and half-built housing, the kind of place where you get more dogs than people after dark. We turned off the main road onto a narrower one that had grass growing up through cracks in the asphalt and puddles that reflected the streetlights in broken pieces. I had looked the place up on my phone earlier that day and found some grainy photos. A 7-story block with busted windows and tags on the lower walls, a chain-link gate sagging in the middle. It looked dead, old, the kind of ugly that doesn't even feel interesting anymore. Seeing it in person was worse. The metal gate was locked with a thick chain, and the sign hanging crookedly from it had faded letters you could barely make out. The building behind it sat back from the road, bigger than it looked in photos, heavy and square with those rows of factory windows that make it look like a giant had put a grid down on the sky. Even from the car, I could smell old dust, like the inside of a mattress left in a garage. We pulled over by the gutter, 2 wheels on the dirt, 2 on the cracked road. The driver killed the headlights, but left the parking lights on, and everything around us instantly felt bigger without the white beam cutting through it. You could hear insects and distant traffic, and a TV from some house we couldn't see. When I opened my door, the air hit me with that heavy night smell, wet plants, stagnant canal, something sour I couldn't label. And then, at the same time I stepped out, the temperature felt wrong. It wasn't cold like a cool breeze. It was like a thin layer of colder air slid over my skin. I looked around to see if anyone else felt it, but the boys were already halfway to the gate, laughing too loud, not because anything was funny, but because that's what they do when they want to show they're not scared. The other two girls and I hung back near the car. I crossed my arms tight and watched my breath, even though I couldn't see it. My arms prickled like I'd walked into a freezer door opening. The factory sat there with all those broken windows like empty eyes, and the overgrown grass on the lot moved, even though I couldn't feel the wind on my face yet. I said I didn't like it. No one answered. The driver shook the gate the way people do even when they know it's locked, just to say they tried. The chain clanked. Something small moved in the grass to the left, and I caught myself twitching like it would leap at my ankle. The boys started to climb. They made a lot of noise for people who thought they were being sneaky. Shoes scraping on the chain link, the metal groaning under their weight. The tallest went first, then the others followed, the flashlight clamped between someone's teeth while they got over the top. The top of the gate had those curled barbs that aren't exactly barbed wire, but they still rip clothes if you catch them wrong. And one of them snagged the back of his shorts and swore, then laughed it off too fast. You could hear the metal popping where it hadn't been asked to hold weight in a long time. That's when the mist started. It wasn't a fog bank rolling in from the river or some dramatic cloud. It was low, ankle level, the kind that sits in ditches and creeps across a flat surface like it doesn't care which way it's going. It came out of the lot and pooled by the base of the gate. I remember looking down and seeing that little layer thicken around our shoes. The air changed. The wind finally made itself known, not a breeze but a push that came from nowhere, like a door opening. The first gust lifted my hair and made the tall grass shiver all the way to the building at once. I pulled my head into my arms without thinking, like I was ducking from a slap, and the other girls did the same. I could smell the wet metal of the gate, sharp and sour. I started to pray, not loud, not dramatic, just under my breath. I hadn't said that prayer since I was a child, and it came out of me like muscle memory. It's funny what your brain reaches for when your body is convinced something is wrong. The boys made it over and dropped to the other side, one by one. You could feel the sound of their feet hit the ground through the metal, that hollow thud of dirt packed down over concrete. They flicked the flashlight on, and the beam jumped up the facade, jerky because the hand holding it wasn't steady. The beam made the place look worse. You could see the jagged glass in the frames flashing back like teeth. The flashlight made a brief white rectangle as it passed a window with no glass, then moved on, and the building swallowed the light as if it hated being looked at. Their voices got smaller. They didn't go inside. They just moved deeper into the lot, calling to each other, the way people do when they're not ready to admit they're scared. The flashlight beam slid over the lower floors, and everyone looked the way people look when they're waiting for the thing they came for to show up so they can admit it and leave. My mouth was dry. I had my hands tucked up under my elbows, so tight my shoulders hurt. I heard one of them say something I couldn't catch. The beam jerked up, skating along the lip of the roof, then dropping back down to the third floor. The mist kept rising a little at a time, like a spill creeping across tile. The scream came out of that big space so fast I didn't organize what I was hearing before my body reacted. It didn't sound injured. It sounded like someone who just saw something wrong. Short, sharp, then cut off. The flashlight whipped downward, then up again, as if the hand holding it didn't remember how to keep it steady. The two who were closer to the gate spun and ran. The third stood there an extra half-second pointing the flashlight, and then he turned and ran too. And when he hit the gate, he hit it high like he was trying to jump through it. They got to us fast, faster than it took them to go in. All three were talking at once, but one of them was laughing in that way that isn't laughter. It's the sound your mouth makes when your brain refuses to process what your eyes saw. I remember asking what happened, and my own voice sounded thin. The one with the flashlight kept saying the same thing over and over in different words. He had lit up a window and something had been there, leaning into the light like it was looking out, and he swore there were two red points where eyes should be. Not reflective like an animal, not a trick of a sticker or a light from behind, red eyes looking. He kept trying to find different words for red, bright, wrong, hot, because no one wanted to accept that description. The others nodded too fast and shook their hands like they were trying to fling water off them. I stood there staring at the window they were pointing at, even though there was no way to pick one out from another at that point. While they were still talking, it happened. A metallic sound cut through the lot like a blade, not a bell, but that old digital factory tone you hear in old buildings when shift changes. Dan, Dan, Dan. 3 harsh notes, spaced just wide enough to make your chest pull tight. It came from inside the building, not from the gate or the road. You could feel it in your teeth. The light from the boy's flashlight shivered over the windows and then clamped down on the second floor like that would help. I wasn't ready for that sound. That was the part that made me feel like the place was awake and looking at us. All of us went completely still for a second, like animals in a yard when a light snaps on. Then from the street behind us and the houses we couldn't see and the empty lots, dogs started to howl. Not just one. A bunch of them, far and near, overlapping. A deep one, then a thin one, then a whole spread of them, until it filled the space behind the digital tone and made the hair on my arms pull tight. The tone went again. Dan, Dan, Dan. I tasted metal in my mouth. That broke whatever held us there. I'm not proud of how little I cared whether I looked ridiculous. I ran. We all ran. We scrambled into the car like we'd trained for it. I banged my shin on the doorframe and didn't feel it until later. The girls had been half in the back seat already, and we all scooted and pulled and grabbed. The driver dropped the flashlight somewhere in the mess of it and cussed and started the car half blind. The alarm cut again. 3 notes, almost exactly the same distance apart. And then we were pulling away with the parking lights still on because he hadn't turned the headlights back up yet. The tires crunched over gravel and slid in a spot where water had made mud near the drainage ditch. The dogs kept howling. One barked so close to the car that it felt like it was right by my ear. When we hit the main road and the headlights finally came back on, no one talked. It was like the car was a bubble and speaking would pop it. My heart was still trying to punch out of my chest. The driver wiped his hands on his jeans over and over like he'd touched something sticky. Someone in the back seat started laughing. They can't help it, and it died out in the same breath. I turned around in the seat, even though I didn't want to, and looked back through the rear window. The factory looked smaller already, just a block of black behind the fence. The parking lights of the car we'd left near the gate, making the ground there look flat and weird. I wanted to see nothing. That would make sense. But my brain kept replaying the beam of the flashlight sliding across those jagged windows, and that sound cutting out of the dead building like it had been waiting for us. On the way back, the car was too warm, and the outside air through the cracked window was too cold. My legs shook in those little spasms that happen after the adrenaline dumps. The driver kept clearing his throat and failed 3 times to start a sentence before he gave up. I had ridges in my palms from my nails without realizing I'd made fists. Someone's phone chimed and everyone flinched so hard it would have been funny if it weren't us. No one wanted to be the first to say what we all knew. That building doesn't have power. It hasn't had power for years. There's no security guard sitting inside. There's no reason for a digital tone to sound off in the dead of night, even if some weirdo had a battery-powered noisemaker set to go off. Why would it choose that second? Why would the dogs answer like that, all at once, like a chorus? I could be rational and say someone was definitely inside playing a trick, fine. What were they waiting for? The lot was huge. The building had 1,000,000 angles and the windows were all the same after dark. How did that person know when we lifted that flashlight to that particular window? Why would they choose a sound that felt like a memory, more than a real thing. And the red eyes, believe that part or not, I wasn't the one who saw it. But the boy who did wasn't the type to make up that specific detail. He's the type to make dumb jokes and be braver than he needs to be until something breaks the act. And the act broke. Watching him try to say it without saying it while his hands shook made me feel that cold layer on my skin all over again. When I finally got home much later that night, I didn't tell anyone. I went straight to the bathroom and ran cold water over my wrists for too long because my hands felt like they weren't attached right. I sat on my bed with my shoes still on and listened for an hour to the neighborhood sounds, waiting to hear something that didn't belong, even though I knew that sound belonged to that lot and nowhere else. I kept thinking about how the sound had that old, cheap, digital quality. Not a bell, not a siren, but something you could buy at a supply store and wire to a switch. It was simple. It had a rhythm you could say out loud. Dan, Dan, Dan. The way it chopped into the night felt like it was answering. That's the part that won't leave me alone. It felt like we showed up and whatever was there took notice and said, "I see you." And then when we ran, it let us know it was still there. I don't care if people say it was nerves or suggestion or a prank. The air was wrong when I got out of that car. The mist came from nowhere and pooled around our feet like it had waited for the right time to move. The wind pushed from the lot to the road, not the other way. The flashlight made the building look like a mouth. The scream happened fast and wasn't performed for anybody, and that sound is in my bones now. When I think about it, the dogs come back too, all those howls weaving together behind it like they were pulled into it. I can still feel the metal of the gate through my arms, where I leaned on it with my head tucked down, and the way my breath felt too tight when the first Dan hit the air. I didn't go back. None of us did. It isn't a good story to tell in person because I get stuck on the same details and go in circles and people try to fix it with logic. There isn't a fix. It was the first time I ever felt a place answer us like we messed up by showing up. Not a feeling, an answer. We poked at something and it poked back. Clean and clear, 3 notes, no room for misunderstanding. I keep thinking if we had stayed even a minute more, the tone would have come again and again, and something would have changed in that rhythm that would make everything worse. I know exactly how it sounded. I know it came from inside a dead building. I know it came right after the words "red eyes" came out of a mouth that didn't want to say them. There isn't a neat end to give you. We drove away. The night swallowed the factory. The dogs went back to whatever dogs do. The flashlight ended up under the driver's seat and we found it later. My shin had a bruise the shape of the car door. That's what I have to show for it. But every time I close my eyes and set myself back there on that road with my head down and my arms up and that cold layer of air sitting wrong on my skin, I hear it again, clean and close, like it just happened and cut off mid-note. Dan, 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 and then nothing. Edine. Story 3, Manut. I lived alone in a small condo in Lad Phra, Bangkok, the kind of place where everything I owned had a spot, because there wasn't room for anything to be out of place. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. Bed against the wall under the air conditioner, sliding balcony door on the left with a view of other balconies and a tangle of power lines. Desk on the right side under the only decent outlet, kitchenette by the door. That layout mattered because I could memorize the shadows without trying. I knew exactly where the chair legs usually were when I woke up at night and didn't want to turn on a light. I knew which part of the floorboards clicked if I moved the desk too far out. Nothing surprising ever happened in that room. I liked it that way. The chair was one of those heavy black swivel ones with 5 wheels, faux leather starting to fray on the left arm, a seat that didn't tilt unless you fought with the lever. I bought it second-hand from a place down the street. It lived tucked under the desk, angled a little toward the laptop, because I always dragged one wheel over to plug in my phone. If you bumped it with your knee, it gave a muffled squeak I'd stopped hearing months ago. That chair was solid. If the fan blew, it didn't turn. If the air conditioner cycled, it didn't turn. It had weight. That afternoon was a nothing afternoon. Hot in that way Bangkok gets, where the sky goes colorless and the air sticks to your skin. I ran errands, got home sweaty and a little lightheaded from the sun, ate rice and fried egg, took a shower that ran lukewarm no matter how I twisted the handle, and let the room cool while I scrolled on my phone. The air conditioner was set to 26 and humming the low hum I'd learned to tune out. The blinds were half closed. I lay down because I told myself I deserved a short nap before I had to deal with emails. Small, ordinary laziness. It couldn't have been more than an hour, maybe less. I woke up like I had been dropped back into my body from a height. No slow drift to awareness, no nice stretch, just a shock. Heart pounding, back stiff. The air felt different, like the room had shifted around me while I wasn't looking. It wasn't a breeze or a sound that woke me. It was that prickling feeling on the back of the neck that makes your body yell at you to look around. I turned my head right because that's where the desk is, because that's where anyone in my space would be. My eyes landed on the chair. It was still for a breath, like I caught it mid-thought, and then it spun. One clean swing, not a long lazy turn, not a wobble, but a quick push like someone used the desk edge to get momentum, and then stopped it with the ball of a foot. It turned until it faced me head-on and halted there, dead center, as if the person sitting in it wanted it pointed right at my face. The halt felt deliberate, like the way you stop a spinning chair with your heel when you want it to line up. It didn't overshoot, it didn't bob, it just stopped, pointed at me. I went cold. Not scared in a useful way where you get up and move. Cold, like the inside of my chest had been packed with ice. My first stupid thought was wind, but the balcony door was shut. The air felt heavy and still. The air conditioner wasn't blowing enough to shift a paper, and even if it had been, that chair didn't respond to drafts. The word that slammed into my head was watching, as if there was weight in that chair I couldn't see, and it had just decided to give me its full attention. I stayed completely still. There was a moment where I actually tried to slow my breathing so I wouldn't startle anything, which makes no sense typed out, but I remember physically holding my breath and then letting it go in little sips. My ears strained for any other noise. Outside, a motorbike revved and faded. Somewhere down the hall, a door low clicked the way the heavy doors do when someone doesn't let them slam. In my room, nothing. The air conditioner's hum seemed to drop under everything, like the room had swallowed sound. My phone was on the bedside table to my left. It might as well have been on the moon. I didn't want to take my eyes off the chair. I didn't want to blink too long. I lay there counting to 5 and forcing myself to look down for half a second, to slide my hand over until my fingers hit the edge of the table. My hand shook so badly it made the charger cable tick against the wood. I grabbed the phone, fumbled it, caught it against my hip, and in that clumsy mess I thought the chair would move again. It didn't. It just sat there, facing me. I don't know if you've ever had to dial with hands that won't stop shaking. My thumb kept hitting the wrong icon. When I finally got the call through to my ex, I didn't bother with calm. I said I needed him to come. I must have sounded unwell, because he didn't argue or ask for a full explanation. He said he was coming. He lived close enough that it wasn't a crazy ask. Hanging up felt like stepping off a ledge because that thready little connection in my ear snapped, and it was just me and the room and the chair again. The minutes until he got there stretched out in a way that didn't match the clock. I watched the chair the way you watch a person you're trying to catch lying. I tried to find anything to blame that wouldn't make my skin crawl. Maybe the building vibrated. Maybe someone dropped something heavy upstairs. Maybe I had kicked the bed and that jolt traveled. Except the chair sat still through everything after, and I could feel every tiny movement in my mattress. I lifted my head half an inch and lowered it back down, so slow it hurt. and the chair didn't twitch. A small fly knocked itself against the window screen and made that light tapping sound. A compressor kicked on somewhere far. None of it moved the chair. It just aimed at me. The weight of being looked at without a face to look back at is hard to explain. It wasn't the same as thinking someone was in the room. It was the specific feeling that the seat was occupied, that the way it lined up mattered. I kept picturing a shin hooked against the underside, a foot planted on the floor to stop the spin. Dumb details my brain supplied to make sense of the way it had stopped. A leg I couldn't see, pressure I couldn't measure. My mouth dried out quick like I'd been breathing through it for too long. I tasted dust. I kept my phone gripped, and my arm started to ache from holding it tense too long. When the knock came at the door, I nearly sobbed from relief and then froze again. I had to get up and cross the line of sight to the entrance. I didn't want to turn my back to the chair. That sentence sounds like a joke, but I swear I felt like turning my back would be begging for it to move. I slid out of bed on the door side and kept my eyes on the chair as long as I could. My feet were unsteady on the floor. My knee actually gave a little, and I caught myself on the wall. That's how much adrenaline was running. I opened the door, and my ex stepped in fast like he expected a fight. I don't think my face convinced him it was nothing. I sent a hand gesture toward the desk, couldn't find any calm words, just shook my head and tried to breathe. He followed my look and took in the chair with that puzzled, not quite laugh people do when they don't understand why you're pale. He asked what happened, and I told him I had woken up to the chair spinning and stopping like someone had pushed off and slammed it to a stop facing me. I said it exactly like that because I couldn't think of a softer version. I told him I wasn't okay being in the room with it like that. He walked toward the chair. I hated it. Every step he took felt like stepping into a space that didn't want him. He put a hand on the back and I held my breath. He nudged it. It rolled a little and the wheels clicked over a seam in the floor. Normal chair sounds. He spun it lightly and it rotated smoothly because that's what chairs do. Every normal movement felt like an insult to the thing I'd seen it do earlier. I know that sounds dramatic, but there is a difference between a person fiddling with an object and that object moving with a start that mimics a person's intent. The second makes your stomach drop. We didn't sit down to debate what it might have been. I didn't even want it in my space. I asked if we could take it out. He didn't make me beg. He grabbed the chair under the armrests and I hated seeing his fingers where I'd been picturing invisible legs. He rolled it toward the door and I followed like the thing might lunge if we turned around. The wheels rumbled over the threshold. The hallway fluorescent lights buzzed, and the air out there was warmer, carrying a mix of cleaning fluid and someone's curry from downstairs. The elevator dinged, and my chest seized for a second because my body was wound tight enough to jump at any noise. We rode down with the chair between us. I stared at the floor indicator through the reflection of the chair in the stainless steel and tried not to look directly at it, which is stupid because it's a chair, but my brain had already made it a seat, not just a thing. On the ground floor, we rolled it past the mailboxes and out the back, through the little service corridor that smells like bleach and humidity and old cardboard. The trash area was a shed with a bare bulb and 2 big bins. It was hot even in the shade, the kind of thick heat that makes your shirt stick. Mosquitoes whined in my ear. A cat shot out from behind a stack of flattened boxes and made me jump. We left the chair by the bins. He set it down gentle without meaning to, like you would do for something alive. I stood there looking at it and felt something I still can't articulate without sounding ridiculous. It felt like we were staring at something that had just done something with intent. Not dramatic, not violent. It had turned to face me and stopped. That's all. But the silence around it made that tiny action huge. I didn't want it anymore. I didn't want to sell it. Didn't want to bring it back upstairs. I would have paid to have it gone. We went back up. The room looked wrong without the chair in it, like a mouth with a tooth missing. The blank space under the desk made me uneasy in a different way, like that absence could hold what I had felt. He asked if I was sure I didn't want to keep the chair. Practical as always, and I shook my head so hard my neck hurt. He did a slow walk through my place, probably to make me feel better, opened the closet, tapped the bathroom door, looked behind the curtain. He didn't find anything because there was nothing to find. I kept looking at where the chair had been, as if a shadow might remember it. My skin couldn't decide if it was hot or cold. He stayed for a while. We sat on the edge of my bed. He talked in a normal voice about normal things on purpose. It helped, and it didn't. The room had settled back into being a room, and still somehow wasn't the same. I kept thinking I'd hear another small movement behind me, and when I didn't, that felt worse. The silence had weight now. Every click of the air conditioner, every drip from the sink, every car horn from the street outside jumped in my body like a poke. I kept glancing at the desk and then scolding myself because there was nothing there to look at anymore. When he finally had to go, we did the awkward goodbye that happens when someone has pulled you out of a panic. He asked if I would be okay. I said yes, because I needed him to leave before I changed my mind, and begged him to stay until morning. The door closed with that soft seal noise the building had. I stood there in the doorway longer than I needed to, staring at the line where the hallway carpet met my entryway tile. Then I shut it and listened to the latch click and deadbolt and chain, like those sounds had a job beyond their actual purpose. I kept the lights on, not all of them, just the desk lamp and the one over the sink. I didn't climb back into bed. I sat against the headboard and hugged my knees like a kid. If I closed my eyes for a second, my brain replayed the motion, the stillness, the quick, neat turn, the precise stop. My eyes kept finding the empty space like the chair might ghost back into it. I know what everyone says when you tell a story like this. Air currents, dreams that feel real, micro-earthquake, buildings settle. 100 explanations that sound fine until you're the one sitting there with your heart racing and a piece of furniture aimed at you like it means it. I went down my own list. I looked at the air conditioner angles. I checked the balcony door. I pressed my hand to the glass to feel for a leak of air. I tested the chair's weight again in my head and remembered all the times I had to yank the thing around to get it to move where I wanted. A draft did not make it whip and halt dead center. I slept badly that night with the light still on and woke up with a headache and a thirsty tongue and the sense that I'd been tensed for hours. The next day, I told myself it was over. I told myself that once the chair was out of my space, whatever that was had gone with it. That felt too simple and not satisfying, and I still don't trust the silence the way I used to. Even now, I'll be doing something ordinary, and a muscle in my shoulder will jump, and I'll see the chair in my head like it was then, that split-second choice it made to look at me. If I'm honest, the worst part isn't what happened, it's the way it ended. There was no bang, no voice, no big scene. It was a chair turning, stopping, staring, and then me and my ex rolling it down to the trash with my breath shaking and my hands still numb. The room went quiet again and stayed quiet, and somehow that makes it stick harder. I can't explain it neatly because there's nothing neat to point at. I woke up. The chair turned to face me like someone had pushed, and it stopped like someone had braked with a foot. I felt watched. I called for help. We took it away. The air settled, that's all. Except it isn't. Because even typing this, I can feel the exact weight of that moment again. The heavy air, the scrape of the wheels over the threshold, the way I kept my body angled so I wouldn't show my back to a piece of furniture. I can still see it lining up with me and choosing to stop. And then it was just quiet and nothing else moved, and I'm still sitting here with no good reason for any of it. Story 4. I slept with my bed pushed tight against the wall in my little condo in Bangkok. Headboard pressed flat, so nothing fell back there, no gap for a phone to slide down. Nothing. The room wasn't big. Bed along the right wall, The door straight ahead if you sat up, the wardrobe on the left near the foot of the bed, the small desk by the window, tile floor that stayed cool even on hot days, air conditioner above the headboard humming the same way it always hummed. I liked that setup because it kept everything simple. I knew every sound that room could make. That night I went to bed a bit later than usual. I'd eaten noodles, watched half a show, showered, and left the room dim, just the glow from the router and a streetlight sneaking through the blinds. The air was thick, but the air conditioner did its job, set to a comfortable number. I remember flipping the pillow to the cool side, tucking my feet under the sheet, and lying on my side facing the wall. Nothing felt off. The building was quiet in that way you only get after midnight in Bangkok. Occasional motorbike in the distance, a gecko clucking once or twice, elevator ding far down the hall. Normal. I woke up without moving a muscle. It's hard to explain that kind of waking. Not a slow rise. It's like your eyes open inside your head first and your body stays stuck. The room felt heavy. The darkness wasn't pitch black, but it had that dense quality where the corners don't give anything back. I kept my eyes closed because some instinct told me not to advertise I was awake. My breathing was loud in my ears. The air felt still and close, like nothing was moving in it. I lay there for a few seconds listening. Air conditioner hum, a faint drip from somewhere outside, nothing else. Then I heard the first small sound, and it pulled every part of me tight. A soft, rubbery roll, a faint chirp of metal, like the tiny protest of a wheel that needs oil. It was coming from my floor. I thought suitcase at first, but I don't keep luggage out, and even if I did, there's no space around the bed for it to roll. The sound came again. A slow continuation, not a bump, a smooth gliding. I've spent time around wheelchairs. I know what the rims sound like when someone lets the chair coast just a little and then touches the rim with the heel of the hand to guide it. There's a very specific texture to that noise, rubber on tile with the faintest squeak, the front casters clicking over grout lines, the back wheels doing the main work. That's what I was hearing, a wheelchair on my tile floor. It started near the foot of my bed on the right side. The sound was so clear that I could picture exactly where it was. The point where my bed frame meets the wall, where there's a triangle of space that collects dust bunnies. I froze so hard my jaw hurt. The wheels moved forward and to the right, a gentle curve, like someone was navigating around the corner of the mattress. I listened to the back wheels murmur and the front casters do that smaller, higher rattle when they swivel. The motion made a circle. It wasn't the chaotic movement of something lost. It was a deliberate path around the bed. The circle came down my right side. I could track it like you'd track a person's steps in the dark. When it reached the middle of the bed on that side, it slowed slightly like someone checking the distance to the mattress. Then it kept going, rolled toward the headboard end. That's where my brain tried to reject it. My headboard is flat against the wall. No space behind it. No space beside it at the top either, because the bedside table fills that corner so tight I have to nudge it to change the sheets. But the sound didn't care about the layout. It curled up toward the top of the bed like it had room, like it was tracing a track that existed in the air and not on the floor. The wheels never bumped the wall. They didn't scrape, no collision. Just that steady roll and the slight steer squeak, as if hands were on the rims guiding them lightly. I held perfectly still. I tried to keep my breathing shallow and quiet. The sheet moved against my lips with each inhale, and I was terrified I was making noise. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The circle completed along the top and then moved down the left side of the bed, along the narrow strip of floor between the bed and the wardrobe. There isn't much space there. I have to slide sideways to get into the wardrobe, but the sound didn't struggle. It just went, measured and smooth. And it finished the loop at the foot of the bed and then started again, same path. That's what made it worse. It wasn't a one-off thing. It was patterned. It circled the bed like that 2, 3 times, keeping the same calm speed, the same faint squeak when the rims were touched, the same little rattle when a front wheel turned to adjust. Terror felt physical. My shoulders tightened and my lower back ached because I was bracing every muscle without moving. The air got even heavier, and there was that feeling you get when someone stands too close to you. Your skin knows before your eyes do. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't imagine what I'd do if I looked and saw nothing, but I could hear the wheels right there by my mattress. On the 4th loop, the speed changed. It didn't jump to a sprint, it just increased, like whoever was pushing decided to test how much room they had. The little squeak from the rims came more often. The front casters tapped faster over the grout lines. The track tightened. I'm not exaggerating. The path drew in closer to the bed. When it passed the middle of my right side that time, the air across my arm moved. Not a wind, a shift. The sheet lifted the tiniest bit away from my skin and laid back down. I started to pray in my head. Not because I'm particularly religious, but because the words were something to hold on to that didn't make me crack. I kept my eyes closed and moved my lips without sound. The next loop came faster and closer again. On the left side, the space is so narrow that there's no way a chair could have gotten through without bumping the wardrobe. There was no bump. The sound came from that impossible place, like it had claimed it as a path. Something in me gave. I whispered a please without planning to. The loops tightened a little more, and the speed kicked up that tiny bit more where panic threads into concentration. The rim's sound changed too. There's a tone when hands are pushing hard and the rubber heats up just enough to complain. I could hear that tone. I could hear breath that wasn't mine in the form of motion. I could feel air shifting down by my feet as the path curved tightly around the bedposts. I knew exactly what was happening without seeing anything, and that was the worst part of all. I told myself to sit up, to turn on the light, to get out, and I couldn't make any part of my body obey. My fingers pressed into the mattress, my jaw clenched. I could feel a pulse in the hinge of my jaw and thought absurdly that my teeth might crack. The wheels whipped past the foot of the bed and came back up the right side, so close now that I could tell where the edge of the tire would be relative to my shin, if it was visible. The front caster made that tiny humming rattle that wheels make when they're spinning faster than they usually get to in a small space. My chest went tight. My eyes watered from not blinking. It might have gone on like that forever if one thing hadn't happened. It peaked. One loop came in so close that the sheet near my hip fluttered and the hair on my arm rose, and the sound of the rims had that fast, controlled rush, like hands were really working now, and then everything stopped, not slowed, not faded, stopped. The sound cut off mid-motion the way a record stops when someone lifts the arm. No roll down, no squeak. Compression of air that had been moving went dead still. The silence dropped on the room in one piece. Every muscle in me snapped. I don't remember making the choice. My body moved. I threw the sheet off and launched myself out of bed on the door side. My foot caught the corner of the rug, and I stumbled, grabbing the wall. I kept my head down because I didn't want to see the bed from above. I just needed out. I hit the light switch by the door so hard it clicked twice. The room flooded with that too bright bare bulb white, and I ran into the living area, like something would reach out and catch me if I was too slow. I didn't look back into the bedroom. I didn't want to see that empty loop around my bed the way I'd heard it. I stood in the living area, hands on my knees, breathing like I'd been chased, trying to make my brain organize the last minute of my life into something I could handle. My heart was a hammer in my throat and behind my eyes. My legs twitched in those little aftershocks you get after a scare. The room out there was just my room. Couch, tiny table, sink, a plant that keeps dying and coming back. The refrigerator made its small compressor noise like it always does. I grabbed a glass of water and spilled half of it on the counter because my hands weren't steady. I left the bedroom light on, and the living area light on, and the hallway light on, because turning off any of them felt like inviting whatever that was to start again. I sat on the couch and tried to listen for anything from the bedroom. Nothing. No wheels, no movement. Just steady air and the buzz of a building that has old wiring. I considered going down to the lobby and sitting there until morning with the security guard channel surfing, but the idea of opening the door to the hallway and walking away from my lit doorway made me feel more exposed. So I sat. I pulled my legs up onto the couch like a kid. I checked the time on my phone and realized I'd been awake for less than a handful of minutes. It felt like an hour had passed. It hadn't. I didn't go back into the bedroom until the sky had that pale pre-dawn grey. I didn't sleep. I scrolled nonsense on my phone and watched the sunline move across the floor. When it finally felt like daytime might have power over whatever I'd heard, I stood up, walked to the bedroom doorway, and stood there with my hand on the switch like a shield. The bed looked like a bed. Sheet twisted. Pillow with an impression. Nothing moved. No marks on the tile. No scuff where wheels might have rubbed. Not even a new bit of lint on the floor that I could blame. I checked the space by the wardrobe, narrow as ever. I pressed the headboard to make sure it really was dead flat against the wall, like I hadn't imagined my own furniture. It was. I put my ear near the wall to hear if maybe the sound had come from next door through the structure and been warped around my bed by acoustics. Nothing. The neighbor's place was quiet. My chest felt hollow. I tried to reason it out. Building noise. A cart rolling past in the hall. Number. The sound moved around me. I could map it with my eyes closed. House gecko? They click, they don't roll. Dream? I was awake in the worst way, hyper-aware, counting breaths. I know what a dream feels like when it breaks open. This wasn't that. The words I keep coming back to are felt and pattern. It felt like a wheelchair. It moved the way a wheelchair moves when someone's hands are guiding it. It followed a pattern that narrowed like someone learning the space and testing limits. It came in close enough to move air against my skin. And then it stopped, like hands left the rims all at once. That's the part that won't leave me alone. The stop. Everything went from a precise, controlled motion to nothing, like a hand unclenched and let go. It wasn't like a sound echoing away or a person walking down the hall. It ended where I was. It ended in the room with me. I moved the bed later that day because telling myself I'd do it sometime felt like asking for trouble. I dragged the headboard an inch from the wall and shoved rolled towels behind it to make a deliberate gap because my brain kept insisting a circle had run where no circle could. I vacuumed every inch of the floor around the bed, like that would reveal something. There was nothing to find. I showered with the door cracked so I could hear the apartment, and the whole time I half expected to hear that gentle squeak roll again building up from the bedroom. It didn't. Daylight put a thin skin over the feeling, but it didn't fix it. I don't tell this to people in my building because it sounds ridiculous. I didn't even text anyone that morning. It's one of those things you sit with and it grows and shrinks in waves. Writing it now makes my fingers cold. I didn't see anything. I didn't get touched. No dramatic crash. It was sound and air and the exact knowledge of emotion that shouldn't have been possible in my room. If you've ever been around someone in a wheelchair, you know the tiny noises. You know the weight of a push through a doorway, the way the front wheels chatter on tile when you make a tight turn. That's what lived in my bedroom for those minutes. I wish I had some punchline. I wish I could say I flipped the light and caught someone, or dragged a chair out like some people have done, or found marks on the floor. There's none of that. It built. It tightened. It came too close. And then it cut off and left me with my heart hammering in my throat and my body deciding to run without permission. It still feels like it just happened when I think about it. The quiet afterward wasn't relief. It was like the silence had hands. I can't explain any of it, and I hate that I can't. I can still hear it if I let myself. The steady roll, The small squeak, the front casters catching the grout, the breath I didn't want to make, the circle drawing in, in. Then that last fast turn, and the air moving right against my skin. And nothing. Story 5. I had just moved into a new studio in Bangkok, and I was still in that phase where you keep noticing the little things that belong to a place. The way the elevator dings, the echo in the hallway, the smell of somebody cooking garlic that creeps under the door around dinner. My studio was small but neat. Bed against the wall, headboard under the air conditioner. A thin curtain over the sliding door to a tiny balcony where the outside unit dripped into a little plastic cup I had to empty every few days. A low shelf that pretended to be a TV stand, but I used it for a plant, router, and a stack of random cables. The kitchenette lined up in a straight shot from the door. The desk sat right where the light was best, pressed against the window. I kept my laptop on it. Skype signed in because that's what I used to talk to my boyfriend most nights. It was a Sunday afternoon. I'd been out in the morning and came back sweaty and a little dizzy from the heat. Bangkok afternoons have this heavy stillness when the sun is high and the traffic noise takes a nap. I made rice and egg, left the pan to soak because I was lazy, answered a couple of work messages I shouldn't have looked at, then told myself I'd lie down for just a short nap before getting on with chores. I remember checking the air conditioner and setting it to 26, flipping the pillow to the cool side, and leaving the curtain pulled almost closed so the room stayed dim. I left my laptop open on the desk because I'd been on Skype earlier, not on a call, just exchanging messages. The blue light from the app was one of the few glows in the room. I don't know how long I slept. It couldn't have been more than an hour. There wasn't a gradual wake-up. 1 second I was out, the next my eyes were unstuck and open inside the dark. I say inside because my eyelids felt glued from the outside. It was that kind of waking where your mind comes up, but your body misses the signal. My first thought was, why is it so quiet? Which sounds stupid because my place is often quiet mid-afternoon. But it was a different kind of quiet. The normal hum of the air conditioner felt like it dropped down, and the rest of the room leaned into it. The air was thick. I couldn't swallow right. I tried to bend my fingers and nothing happened. That's when the fear started. Not the jump scare kind. The cold, creeping animal knowledge that you're awake and your body is not listening. I've had that once or twice in my life. Sleep paralysis. I know the term. Knowing it doesn't help when it's happening. I lay there on my back, eyes still closed, because I thought maybe if I pretended to be asleep, my body would catch up. The sheet felt heavy across my legs, more than a sheet should. Every breath sounded too loud in my head and too thin in my throat. I decided I was going to open my eyes a crack. I didn't want to. I didn't want to see that I was alone, and also not alone, if that makes sense. But the not knowing was worse. I forced my eyelids up enough to let the room in. The light was that low grey blue you get with the curtains almost shut. My eyes adjusted around the edges, the outline of the wardrobe, the pale block of the desk, the laptop open with a faint glow on the wallpaper. The far side of the bed, down near my feet, dipped. I felt the mattress change before I understood that's what I was feeling. The weight was subtle, like somebody had just sat down very gently at the corner of the bed. Not a bounce, not a slump. A slow settling, the way a person eases back without putting their whole weight down. The sheet tugged near my ankle, just a small pull, and my whole body went ice cold. My chest started doing that useless fast inhale thing where your lungs think they're working and your brain knows they're not. I didn't look straight at it at first. I looked at the desk and let my eyes slide to the side. There was a shape on the edge of the bed. White clothing. The fabric was not new white. It looked like something that had been washed many times. The body was angled away from me, like whoever it was had their back and shoulder turned, half facing the room, half facing me. Long hair. That's what my brain latched onto. Long, messy hair hanging down, not brushed, strands stuck together in a way that made me think of someone who had been sweating or crying. It covered most of the head. I couldn't see a face, not really. Maybe an outline of a cheek through the hair. The shoulders were narrow, slightly hunched. The spine wasn't perfectly straight. All those small, normal human details made it worse. I tried to move my foot under the covers. Nothing. I tried to clear my throat. It came out as a tiny huff of air that didn't even sound like me. My tongue felt like it belonged to someone else. I didn't think words at first. I thought action, push the sheet off, roll, scream. My body ignored me. My eyes watered, and I couldn't even blink hard enough to clear them. Then the figure moved. I will never be able to explain the way it moved without it sounding strange. It wasn't fluid. It wasn't like watching someone shift their weight. It was like watching frames click into place. Small, exact increments. The head turned not in one smooth arc, but in tiny steps. A few degrees, pause. A few more, pause. The hair dragged along with it, catching on the shoulder and then sliding. The shoulders adjusted in those same little increments. Like whatever muscles were doing, the work didn't know how to smooth it out. The whole thing felt wrong in a way that lit up every warning part of my brain at once. It started to turn toward me. Even with its back still part way to me, I knew that was the direction. The hair lifted a fraction, fell, lifted again. Underneath, the hint of a face coming into whatever my vision would let in. I remember the exact sound my heart made, that high buzzing behind my ears that happens when you stand up too fast, except I was lying down. Tears finally rolled into my ears because I couldn't blink or wipe them away. I could taste salt in my mouth and I couldn't swallow it. My laptop screen was the only not dark thing in the room. The blue from Skype was weak, but it was there, a little rectangle of something normal. My brain leapt at it. I thought of calling. I thought of my boyfriend's name because that's what I would say if I could. I opened my mouth to say it. Nothing came out. Not nothing exactly. Air. A useless, dry whisper that didn't sound like a person. I tried again and got the same nothing. Every part of my chest burned with the effort for sound that wasn't there. The figure kept shifting. The stops and starts made me feel sick. It wasn't jerky like a glitch. It was careful and imprecise at the same time. The head came up a little, the chin rising in small clicks. I caught a flash of something under the hair. Skin? I don't know. A shadow where eyes should be. It lifted again, and I had this immediate horrible awareness that it was about to look at me fully. I couldn't handle that. My eyes slammed shut on their own like my body finally found a way to obey one command. I started to pray. Not a big dramatic prayer. The basic words I learned as a kid mixed with please, please, please. If you don't do that, I can't explain how your brain reaches for it. It gave me something to say in my head while my body failed out loud. I told myself to breathe slowly. I counted breaths, even though counting didn't help because my chest was locked. I felt the weight at the corner of the bed increase just slightly, like someone shifted and put more of themselves down. There was a second where the air around my face changed. It wasn't a wind. It was like the space in front of me got closer. I could feel something like a coolness on the damp tracks of tears beside my eyes where they had pooled. It was so specific that it made my fingers tingle with the need to move. Then, as if someone had leaned their weight against the wrong door and it finally gave, my body came back. It wasn't gradual. It was like a switch flipped. I sucked in a huge breath that made my chest hurt. The sheet scraped loud against my legs, like the fabric itself had been waiting to make that noise. My hands jerked up, and I almost hit my own face. My neck hurt because I twisted too fast toward the door. At the exact same time, the pressure at the corner of the bed lifted. The dip in the mattress eased like a memory. I didn't look. I couldn't look. I launched myself off the bed and was out of the room in 3 steps that I don't even fully remember taking. I hit the light switch so hard, the plastic made a cracking sound and flooded the living area with yellow light. My knees were weak. My teeth chattered the way they do when you come in from cold. But I wasn't cold. I sprinted to the desk and slammed my laptop lid up, even though it was already open. The screen lit bright, and I fumbled the trackpad with fingers that wouldn't listen, found Skype by muscle memory, and clicked the call icon next to my boyfriend's name. When his face popped up on the screen and the ring stopped, I finally heard my voice, and it sounded like someone else. Too high, too fast. I wasn't making sense at first. I said I couldn't move, that something was in my room, that I was looking at it, that it was sitting on the bed. I kept making these short gasps between words like my body didn't trust that breathing would work. He kept asking me to slow down, to breathe, to turn the camera. Normal, reasonable things, and I couldn't go near the bedroom door to aim my camera at the bed. I stayed at the desk like the light around it was a fence. I stood there shaking and crying with my hand on the edge of the desk until my wrist hurt from how tight I was gripping. He talked. I half listened. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and realized I was sweating even though the air conditioner was working. My shirt stuck to my back. The room smelled faintly like the detergent I use and the plastic smell of hot electronics. My mouth had that metal taste you get when adrenaline dumps into you. After a few minutes, the sound of the air conditioner humming like normal hit me, that boring, everyday noise. It annoyed me earlier because it's old and the panel rattles sometimes. In that moment, it felt like the only thing holding the room steady. My breathing finally evened out enough that I could think past the immediate panic. He was still on the call, making sure I wasn't going to pass out. I told him I'd leave the call on and just look. He said, okay. I walked back toward the bedroom slow, like my feet were testing whether the floor would give out. The hall light made a bright line on the bedroom floor. The bed was exactly how I left it when I ran. Sheet thrown back, pillow skewed, the top corner still slightly pulled down, where my hand must have caught it. There was no one sitting there. The corner of the mattress didn't look dented. There were no marks on the sheet. Just the shape of me and the mess I'd made, looking at that normal scene after what I'd felt made me feel stupid and crazy and not at all relieved. I stood there for a long time, not crossing the threshold. The light was too bright and made the corners look too sharp. I waited to hear something, another shift on the mattress, a footstep, the air moving weird, and the only sound was the steady hum and the faint city noise from outside. The plant on my shelf wasn't moving, the curtain wasn't moving, the room was sinfully normal. I didn't go back to sleep. I don't think I sat down again for a while either. I paced from the bed to the desk, to the kitchen and back. I drank water. It made my hands shake worse when I tried to set the glass down, and it made a hard clink on the counter. I got a trash bag and started throwing away dumb things like the empty noodle packet I'd left on the counter, because doing something small and physical felt like I had control over my space. I kept the Skype call on. He talked to me about nothing on purpose, the way you talk to a scared kid. I hated that I needed it and needed it anyway. The whole rest of the day had a weird color to it. I kept thinking about the way the figure's head moved in those small steps, how the hair stuck and slid, how the fabric on the shoulder creased. Those are details you don't get from a dream, because your brain doesn't invent the way cheap cotton wrinkles when a shoulder lifts a little and then a little more. I know I was paralyzed. I know people see things during that. I've read the explanations. But the weight on the bed was real. The way the sheet tugged against my ankle was real. The air across my cheek when it lifted its head was real. It felt like my whole body had been magnetized to that spot. I tried to tell myself it was all a neat trick of a messed up waking process. I wanted that to be enough. Then my mind kept replaying the exact second where I opened my mouth to call my boyfriend's name and got that pathetic rush of air and nothing else. That's a nightmare visual if you watch it in a movie. In real life, It just feels like failing to exist in your own body. And that stop-motion turning, there's something about movement not connecting that adds a whole other layer of wrong. I have no big ending. I didn't see a face. I didn't feel fingers. Nothing dragged me off the bed. It built up and up, the sitting, the turning, the almost looking at me, until the moment everything let go and I was on my feet, sprinting to the laptop like a child afraid of the dark. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't closed my eyes. If I had kept them open and watched that head lift fully, maybe I would have seen nothing. Maybe I would have seen too much. I don't know which possibility makes my stomach turn more. Even now, if an afternoon goes quiet and the air gets that heavy, I feel my shoulders start to hunch like I'm bracing. I sleep with my laptop closed and the bedroom light switch easier to reach. I moved the bed an inch from the wall just to change something about the geometry, like that might throw off whatever track got laid down that day. It's dumb and it helps anyway. I can still put myself back in that second if I let my mind wander to it. The room dim, the air flat, the weight at the corner of the bed settling like a careful person so they don't jar you awake. The white fabric soft from too many washes, the hair hiding what I didn't want to see, the head starting to lift in those awful small clicks, the useless air that came out of my throat when I tried to call, the way my body finally broke free like a cord snapped. It was just an afternoon nap. It turned into something else. It stopped as hard as it started. 1 second, a presence sitting at the edge of my bed, turning toward me, about to show me a face I didn't ask to see. The next, my lungs working and my feet hitting tile and my fingers smashing the light switch and my laptop ringing out loud as if drowning it in light and sound could erase it. And then nothing. Story 6. I crossed the country to volunteer at an old sanctuary in Demswell Cross, the kind of place that looks sturdy in photos and then makes you feel small when you're actually standing in it. Stone everywhere, thick walls that have been patched and repatched, windows with wavy glass that shiver a little when the wind gets up, long corridors that feel colder than the rooms they connect. It wasn't ruined or anything, people still used it, but the age of it hung around in the air. The first time I walked in, the smell hit me. Stone dust, old wood polish, cold air that had been sitting in high places for years. I was there to help with whatever needed doing in one of the older wings, carrying boxes, cataloguing things, sanding a banister, painting, that kind of work. Nothing glamorous. They set me up in a small room on the top floor of the same wing. Calling it a room makes it sound bigger than it was. It felt like a cell in the best way. A bed against the far wall, a little desk with a wonky chair, a narrow wardrobe, a radiator that clicked when it warmed up, and a window set deep in a stone recess. The sill was wide enough to sit on, and you could put a mug of tea there and watch the field beyond the wall. The door had an old latch that made a flat metal sound when you dropped it. The floorboards surprised me by being newer than the walls, so they had that slight spring to them. Every key I was given was uselessly big, cold in the pocket no matter the time of day. That day had been long. I carried a lot of wood, I scraped flaking paint, I moved stacks of boxes from one end of a corridor to another. By evening my hands had that dusty dryness they get when you've been handling rough things all afternoon. I ate late in the little kitchen on the ground floor. Leftover stew someone had made, bread that left crumbs everywhere. When I climbed back up to my room, the wind had picked up, and the windows in the corridor did that light rattle that makes you check the latches even though you know they're latched. The whole building has a different noise at night. You learn it by accident. The pipe that thunks once after the hot water goes off, the door to the stairwell that always sticks and releases with a sigh, the soft shift of a building that breathes through gaps you can't see. I remember exactly what I did before bed because it's the kind of memory that gets pinned in place by what came after. I set my boots neatly by the wardrobe. I arranged my screwdriver and utility knife on the desk because I knew I'd need them first thing in the morning. I filled my water bottle and put it on the windowsill where the stone stays cool. I cracked the window a hand's width because the room goes stuffy if you don't. I sent a few messages, turned my phone face down, and clicked the lamp off. The dark was thick, not pitch black because light sneaks in around the curtains from outside, but it felt like the kind of dark that keeps its own secrets. The radiator had shut off a while before, and the cold had that clean quality where your breath makes a tiny cloud for 1 second and then vanishes. I was more than tired. I was the kind of done where your muscles feel heavy and your head swims when you lay it down. I remember my face being on the cold pillow, the weight of the blanket over my legs, my feet warming up slowly. I don't remember anything else until my eyes snapped open. Not early night, not late morning, not somewhere in between. Just awake, with the kind of clarity that comes when something has reached you without sound. The air had that hollow stillness it gets around 3 in the morning. I didn't need to look at my phone to know it was that hour because buildings feel different then. Everything unused sits deeper in itself. I lay there on my side facing the wall, blanket up to my shoulder, breathing the kind of careful breaths you take when you're half afraid to hear more than you're hearing. The whisper came from the space right by my ear. Not from the door, not from the window, not from the ceiling. My ear. A woman's voice, warm, low, the exact tone people use when they lean close so they don't startle you. It wasn't a scrape of fabric or the sigh of the building or my own brain making noise. It had a shape in the air. If you've ever felt breath when someone speaks right next to you, the dampness of it, you know what I mean. It said soft and certain, "You okay, love?" I answered. It came out of my mouth without a second of thought. I said, "I am." I didn't even register that my lips moved until my own voice hit my ear, too loud in that small room. And then my brain caught up to my body and screamed, and I was upright, and my hand was slapping around for the lamp switch like it was the only object that mattered in the world. Light flooded the room. The bulb threw hard edges onto everything because the shade on the lamp had a crack in it. The door to the corridor was shut the way I had left it. The latch was still down. The window was open a hand's width, but the wind coming in was too light to move anything on the desk. The blanket pooled at my waist. My water bottle gleamed dull on the stone sill. There was no one there, no shape to look at, no shadow leaving, no impression, aside from the one my body made on the mattress. I've had dreams that felt real. This wasn't that. I know the difference between remembering the idea of air and feeling it on the skin of your ear. It had space in it. The voice came from a very particular angle, the way someone leans over a bed and speaks to the person who's still half asleep. The word love had a little lift at the end, like it was the person's way of speaking, not a performance. I can call it back right now, and my scalp tightens where the hairline meets the neck just from thinking about it. I sat there with my hand still on the lamp base, like I needed to keep a grip on the light. My heart did that sick skip where it tries to slow down and fails. The radiator clicked itself on softly, and I jumped so hard I knocked my water bottle, and it made an ugly plastic thud against the stone. The thought landed fully only then. If it were a dream, I wouldn't be this awake in my body. I wouldn't be able to point to the exact inch of air where the sound came from. I stood up to check the door, even though I knew I had dropped the latch. The metal was down and cold under my fingers. I lifted it, opened the door a crack, and felt that colder corridor draft push against my face. Empty, no footsteps, no movement, just the long strip of dark leading to the stairwell, with the emergency light at the far end painting the stone a tired green. I closed the door and dropped the latch again, the sound making the room jump. I checked the window too, my palm flat, feeling for a gust. The air nipped my hand, but it wasn't enough to carry a whisper that specific. I pressed my ear to the wall for a second, listening for the next room. Nothing. If someone had been moving around up there, I would have heard boards or the clumsy sounds that people make when they don't know a space. There was none of that. There was me and the hum of the bulb and the stupid proud tick of the radiator. I wish I could say I made myself lie back down. I didn't. I sat on the bed with my feet on the floor, too tense to ease back. I looked at every inch of that small room, like staring would force it to give up a detail that made sense. It didn't. The desk. The stupid screwdriver I'd made a point of lining up earlier. The chair with the crooked leg. My bag by the wardrobe. Everything unattended and obvious. No spaces where anyone could have been. Not even a child. My neck had a spot of cold air, right where the hair meets skin, and I kept brushing it with my hand as if I could wipe the feeling off. It didn't help. At some point I realized my mouth was dry in a way that only adrenaline does to you. I drank, and it tasted metallic, like the bottle had been sitting too long in the sun, which it hadn't. I started to talk to myself quietly in the room, not the content of what I was saying, but the noise of it. Okay, okay, okay. Hearing my own voice as a normal thing grounded me some. Every time the wind breathed and the glass trembled a little, my shoulders jumped. I felt ridiculous and wired and more awake than I had any right to be at that hour. I must have sat like that for an hour, but time at that time of night isn't honest, so it might have been 20 minutes. The darkness outside lightened by a shade, and the room looked less like a place that held its breath, and more like a room again. I pulled on a sweater because the cold had gotten under the skin. I opened the door, walked the hall just to move, leaned on the sill of the big window at the end of the corridor, and watched the grey arrive over the field in the weak, damp way it does out there. I felt stupid and shaky and wide open. I told someone in the morning because not telling felt like letting it sit in my chest. It was one of the older staff, a person who'd been in that building long enough to have seen it broken and fixed and broken again. I said I'd heard a voice. I didn't make it dramatic. I just said I woke up around 3 in the morning and a woman leaned in and asked if I was okay. He didn't do the thing where people laugh or tilt their head. He didn't ask me if I'm a good sleeper or whether I'd been dreaming. He asked with a familiar tiredness that made my skin crawl, "What did she say to you?" There are ways people ask things that tell you they're not mapping their own experience onto yours. They're pulling a file from a drawer they've opened before. The question landed on me too easily. I repeated it for him, word for word. He nodded like that fit whatever was in his drawer. I couldn't tell if it made me feel better or worse. It's always worse and better at the same time when something you can't explain doesn't just belong to you. Over tea later that morning, someone else told me a story that made my hands go cold all over again. When they were doing work on that wing, before my time, tools would go missing and reappear in rooms they shouldn't have been in. Not stolen, just moved, set down with care. A hammer that had been in a carry bin would be on a windowsill parallel to the edge, head pointing left like the rest of the set always lay. A small level would be balanced dead center on the foot of a bed in a room no one used that week. Bits of hardware counted out into even small piles on a desk, number for number the way they'd been listed. It wasn't chaos, it was attention. The detail that made my neck tighten was this. More than once, they found things precisely arranged in the room I was sleeping in now. The idea that someone's quiet preoccupation had traced itself inside that same rectangle of space knocked something loose in my stomach. I have a father who is an Anglican priest. I'm not saying that because I think it gives me special knowledge. If anything, it gave me habits. He taught me when I was small that if a place feels like it's holding on to someone, you can pray for them, not bossing them around, just an honest, simple prayer for rest. I could hear his voice in my head while I washed brushes at lunch. It wasn't "fix this" so much as "don't leave whoever it is alone." I felt strange and exposed and silly, picking up that thought in a building where I was just a helper, a stranger on their timetable. But strange or not, that night lodged under my skin. So I went to the small chapel as the afternoon light went right. I lit a candle because that's what I've watched done 1,000 times. Not for show, for purpose. I said a clumsy set of words that amounted to, "If you can hear me, I hope you're okay." I included something my father used to say at the end of services, the bit about light and peace. I'm not going to write it here, saying it knocked some of the edge off my hands, which had been buzzing all morning. Since that night, I haven't heard the voice again. Not once. The building still talks to me in the way old places do. Pipes, window glass, the stubborn cough of ancient radiators. But no words in my ear. No warm breath at the edge of myself. I slept in that room for many nights after, and nothing else happened, which almost makes me feel crazier about the one thing that did. It came like someone leaned in, it lived in one breath, and then it ended in a wall of light when I hit the switch. The quiet afterward felt like a pressed hand. People who like explanations offer them because that's how we help. I've had them all. Dream. Old pipes hiss. Wind can play tricks and funnels through stone windows. I've seen night staff spook themselves. Your mind did that to you because you'd been working too hard. I nod along because I don't have energy to argue. What I have is the exact sensation of a soft voice in my ear saying words I don't get to hear in the middle of the night, with warmth the air doesn't carry by itself, and the way my mouth replied before my brain caught up. That reply is the part I can't shake. It makes the whole thing a small conversation I didn't sign up for, and some quiet part of me answered like it recognized care. I've kept the keys to that room on a hook even now, even though I've gone back home. When light hits them a certain way, I remember how cold the latch felt under my hand, with my heart beating in my throat. The window in that room trembled in every storm after, and each time my shoulders climbed until the storm passed and the glass stilled. I've worked in other buildings since, and none of their noises sit on me the way that whisper does. If I let my mind drift to it, I can feel the exact contour where the word love landed in the air and brushed the skin of my ear. It isn't a movie scene, even if it reads like one. There was no shape at the end of the bed, no figure in white, no rustle of skirts, no chill that swept the room and slammed the door. It was a woman's voice I didn't know, close enough to feel, in a room where no woman stood, at that hour when everything else is holding its breath. I said I was okay. I meant it, and I didn't. The light came on. The room was a room. Morning came and made the building ordinary. Someone asked me what she'd said, like they were asking for the time. I lit a candle because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. And that's it. It didn't build into anything bigger. It didn't repeat. It wasn't a long haunting. It was one breath long, and it had weight, and then it stopped. I still don't have a better answer than that. I can still feel the shape of it on my skin like it just happened, and then cut out clean, leaving me in the kind of silence you can't explain away. Story 7. I grew up around old buildings and quiet rooms and people telling their stories in low voices. My father is an Anglican priest. Because of that, I learned early that not every shiver in an old house means something. Doors swell and stick. Pipes knock. Wind sounds like voices when it finds the right angle through stone. I don't scare easily in those settings. That's probably why what happened that day shook me more than anything else has. It wasn't a door slamming or an object moving. It was the look on my father's face. We were near Demswell Cross, visiting a historic house on a day trip. The kind with a little ticket desk in a side building, a chalkboard with tour times, and a gift area that sells postcards and tea towels. Gravel underfoot. Low clouds that never broke into rain, but made the whole place smell like wet leaves and limestone. The house itself looked like every picture in a book about country homes. Long front, uneven roofline, windows that didn't match perfectly because each addition had been built in a slightly different century. The stone had dark streaks down it from years of weather. You could tell it kept its own temperature no matter who came through the door. The car park wasn't crowded. Families with kids in bright jackets, a couple of older people who moved with that slow certainty of people who go to all these places and know the right order to see the rooms. We were a small group for the noonish tour. I remember because the guide looked pleased. Fewer people meant we didn't jam the doorways. The guide did the usual talk about the original owners, about how the house had been repurposed in different eras, about how the big portrait over the fireplace was a copy because the original had been moved to a museum. It was all interesting in that distant way. From the first room, I noticed the smell, beeswax on the floors and old varnish, a little damp in the corners, cold in the stone like a basement even though we were on the ground floor. There's a particular hush that old houses have, not silence. Lots of little sounds, but a tone that asks people to keep their voices low and their steps lighter than usual. I felt it settle over our group as we went from room to room. The guide had a practiced cadence, the kind that keeps things moving. My father listened the way he always listens, politely, hands folded, eyes taking it in. We reached a corridor with a low ceiling and a set of uneven steps tucked behind a door that looked like a cupboard from the outside. The guide said we were in one of the older parts of the house, where the passageways didn't make a lot of sense because they had been stitched together over the years. There was a small sign on the wall, laminated and slightly skewed, that explained priest holes for people who hadn't heard the term. Hidden spaces where clergy hid during periods when having a priest in your house could get you killed. I had learned about them from my father when I was little. He told me about the carpenters who built false walls and secret compartments so well that people could live and die in one house and never find them. The guide pointed to a section of floor where the boards were narrower and lighter, and then to a plain panel under the stairs with an iron ring that didn't match the hardware anywhere else. I looked at my father automatically. It's a habit. When something touches his world, I watch his reaction. His face didn't change, but he stepped closer. The guide explained that this house still had one of the larger priest holes. Not the smallest kind where a person has to contort and lean against the angle of a chimney, but a boxy space off the side of the stairs. They had cleaned it up and stabilized the beams enough that it could be shown without collapsing. There was a rope across it, the kind they can unclip if they want to let a person through. The guide said they usually just lifted the panel to show people the void, but sometimes, if someone wanted to understand the space, they let one person kneel inside. Only a minute or so, in and out. The group had that shuffle of curiosity. My father cleared his throat in that way he does when something lines up too neatly to ignore. He didn't make a big thing of it. He just stepped gently forward when the guide unclipped the rope and lifted the panel. The panel was heavier than it looked. The wood was dense and dry. The iron ring was cold, even through the guide's glove. When it came up, the smell that rose out of the opening wasn't what I expected. Not rot, not sewage, not even mold. It was dry dust, old wood and a flat, stale note like air that has no reason to move. The opening was a rectangle just wider than a person's shoulders. You could see a set of narrow steps cut into the side and then a shadowed square of space beyond, lit badly by what light the hallway gave. The guide had a small torch and shone it down. The beam caught rough plaster, the turned edge of a beam, and a curve of stone that had been plastered over in some repair decades ago. The torchlight made it look like a cave with square edges. My father has this way of moving when he's about to do something he knows he shouldn't make a fuss about. He put one knee down, then the other, and eased himself toward the opening. He's careful with his back. He put a hand on the nearest riser and tested it. It held. He looked at me just once before he dipped his head under the edge. It wasn't a dramatic look. It was practical. I don't know what my face was doing. I probably tried to smile like this was a charming part of the tour, when in my stomach I had that tightening that says, no idea why, but I don't like this. He went down 2 steps and sat on the third one with his feet on the fourth, not far. The guide held the torch so the beam didn't blind him. My father disappeared from the chest up, the way a child looks behind a sofa. His shoes were at the edge, and then his shoes were not at the edge. He shifted once more, just enough that his shoulders must have cleared the underside of the stairs. I could hear his trousers brush the wood. The space swallowed the sound. I counted breaths without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. The group was very quiet. The guide said something in that stage whisper they use in museums. My father did not answer. 4, 5, 6. The torch beam quivered a little because the guide's hand was getting tired. 7, 8, 9. There was a sound like a hand on wood. He was down there less than a minute. I know because I checked the time on everything in life, and even without a clock I could feel how short and how long that distance was. He came up faster than he went down, not climbing in a panic, not scrambling, just straight, deliberate movement. He backed himself onto the step where he could put a knee, and then he was kneeling beside the opening, with his head bowed for the angle. He stood up with help because the edge was not designed for grace. The guide held his elbow for balance. My father stepped back over the rope and out of the way like he was being polite for the next person. I've never seen his face like that. All the color had dropped out of it. Not like he was sick, like someone had pulled a plug on him. His mouth was a line, very small, very flat. The skin around his eyes had lost any kindness. I watched him try to focus on the rest of us and fail. The room seemed to get louder and then very quiet again. The guide said something about the history of the house. The words slid off the air like a bad recording. I put my hand around my father's cold wrist and squeezed. He squeezed back once the way you do when you're saying, "I'm here," and not "I'm fine." People moved on to the next room. They stepped around us in that considerate way strangers do when they understand without knowing. The guide lowered the panel back over the opening with care, and the little iron ring settled back into its indentation. The rope clicked back into place. The corridor looked the same. That small square of floor was just floor again. My father walked, because that's what you do on tours, you keep up, but he wasn't seeing the portraits or the furniture. He walked like he was counting steps to the nearest door. We went through a small morning room that smelled like old fabric and furniture polish, and into a larger hall with flags hanging high up near the ceiling. The guide's words came back into focus here and there. Names, dates, the usual sad series of losses and repairs. My father did not add any of the little asides he sometimes adds when we go to places like that. He did not tell me about the liturgy that used to happen in rooms like this, or about a saint I had never heard of whose little painting hung by a window. He kept his mouth shut and his jaw hard. He didn't squeeze my hand again, which told me more than if he had clung. He was working very hard. That's how it felt. I kept taking in the practical details like I could arrange them into an answer. The boards around the step didn't creak when the panel went back. The air in that corridor didn't change temperature when it opened or closed. There was no draft. There was no feeling in the theatrical sense, no sudden drop in temperature, no smell of flowers out of nowhere, no banging doors. The terror for me was completely human. I have watched my father bless hospital rooms, sit with people whose lives blew apart, walk through houses that make other people cross themselves. I have listened to him be steady when people shook. I have never seen the steadiness drop out of him like that. We didn't ditch the tour. That's not how we work. We finished it all the way to the end, where you exit into the gift area whether you like it or not. The woman in the shop asked if we were enjoying the house, and I think I said something like "very interesting" in the bright tone British people use when they're not going to say anything real to a stranger. My father nodded, and from the outside he probably looked fine. Up close, his eyes weren't landing on anything. He picked up a postcard and set it down without seeing it. He knocked over a little dish of pins with a clatter and righted it carefully with the exactness of a person trying to be normal with their hands. In the car, the quiet came down heavy. I had so many questions, and none of them could push past my concern. I asked the one I could live with, "Are you okay?" He didn't perform calm. He didn't give me the all good that adults give children when they want to avert. He put his hand on mine and squeezed hard. His skin was less cold now. He stared at the road even though we were still in the car park. He swallowed. He didn't speak. The squeeze changed from "I'm here" to "stop asking." I did. We drove out past the stone wall, past the wooden sign with the hours written neatly on it, past the hedgerow where the wind always does more than it should. The road narrowed the way those roads do, dirt nibbling at the edges of tarmac, ditches collecting water and old cans. The sky stayed low, but brighter in the distance. He kept both hands on the wheel, and I kept both hands in my lap because I didn't know what to do with them. At some point, he reached for my hand without looking and held it until we hit the main road. He has big hands and a wedding ring that catches the light. I looked at the way the metal flashed and realized I was cataloging details because the rest of me didn't know where to put itself. We didn't talk about it right then. We didn't put it away either. It wasn't one of those things that you decide to never discuss and then you never do. It was simply a thing that didn't have words yet, and he, of all people, was someone who respects not forcing words onto a thing. That night, after we were home and the house made our house noises, he told me almost nothing, and somehow that was more telling than a whole story. He said the space felt full. He said he had felt watched in places before, but this wasn't watching. It was like stepping into someone's breath and realizing you had no right to be there. He rubbed his thumb over the inside of his wrist while he said it, a nervous gesture I've only seen him use twice in my life. The only other thing he said, days later, was that some holes keep more than bodies. He didn't define more. He didn't need to. He serves people who spend their lives trying to name things they can't see. He doesn't sensationalize. If anything, he undersells. Seeing him undersold to the point of whiteness in his face made my own stomach do that drop that you don't come back from in the same way. Since then, something shifted in me in a very practical sense. I walk into old places and I can tell in the first 30 seconds which rooms are holding too much. It isn't about fear, it's about density. The air sits heavier in certain corners, the quiet feels occupied. I don't have language better than that. I don't think it makes me special. I think it comes from that one afternoon when an old space took something out of my father that I didn't know could be taken. If you're reading this for a tidy ending, there isn't one. No equipment went haywire. No lights flashed. No walls bled. My father didn't see a ghostly figure crouched in the corner of the hole. He didn't hear voices. He stepped into a space meant for hiding, and he stepped back out within a minute, and something about that minute took the color from him. I watched it happen with my own eyes. That's the part that keeps me anchored to the reality of it. I wasn't told this story. I was there. Sometimes, late, when a room in my own house goes too still, I remember that square of darkness under those stairs and the way the smell of dust came up as if nothing had moved down there for a century, and how fast the panel dropped back into place and how normal everything looked immediately afterward. I remember the feeling of gravel under my shoes, leaving the house while my heart was still stuck on a wooden riser under a staircase. I remember the exact pressure of my father's hand when he took mine in the car, the flash of his ring, the thin line his mouth became. I don't have a name for what he felt in that space. He didn't give me one. If anything, the absence of a name made it heavier. He is not a man who withholds to make something dramatic. He keeps quiet when quiet is the truthful thing. That day, quiet was the only thing that fit. It happened in an instant, and then it was over. We drove away. The house went back to being a place with tour times and a tidy gift corner and a rope across a square of floorboards. The road noise covered the silence we carried out with us. I keep thinking, if I had looked back through the rear window, I'd have seen nothing special at all, just stone and cloud and hedges. But I didn't look. I stared at our joined hands and listened to the engine and tried to ignore the way my skin felt like it didn't sit right anymore. It still feels like it just happened, and then it cut off, leaving me with a moment frozen in my mind. An open panel, a breath from a space that shouldn't have breath. My father's face without color, and then nothing. Story 8. I was living alone in an old building that had been renovated in the way places in Bangkok often are. Painted over, a new lift, some nicer lights in the lobby, but the bones stayed the same. The corridors were long and narrow with tiles that didn't match exactly. The ceilings were a little too low over the doorways, so taller neighbors ducked by habit. The doors all made that heavy sealed sound when they shut, like a fridge gasket. You could still feel the building's age when the wind picked up. The whole place had a tired breath to it. My unit was on one of the middle floors. You open the door into a small kitchenette, then a sliding glass door separates that from the living area to keep the air conditioning in. The glass had an aluminum frame with a little latch that never lined up right unless you nudged it. The living room beyond was mostly window. Curtains that pulled across to a narrow balcony with a view into other people's balconies and a tangle of wires. I kept it clean because clutter in small places makes your head spin. Shoe rack to the left of the door, keys on a hook with a chipped plastic butterfly stuck to it, a rug that always bunched up in the same corner. These are the things my brain still walks through when I think about that night. It was a work thing that kept me out late. You know the type. Congratulations to a team, cheap beer, too much aircon, too much loud conversation about targets. I left before the last of them, not drunk, just tired and slightly sticky from the combination of walking outside and sitting inside AC. I grabbed a moto for the last stretch because the taxi driver didn't want to turn down my narrow soi. The helmet smelled like someone else's hair, which is something you never quite get used to. The city has that strange quiet at that hour, not empty, never empty, but dimmer. A few street cats on patrol, a noodle cart half-packed, a gecko chirp from a wall, the guards at other buildings nodding off in plastic chairs. By the time I climbed my stairs, our lift had decided to halt between floors that week, and I didn't want the trap experience. It was around 1 in the morning. I say around because I didn't actually look at my phone. I know the feel of that hour. The corridor had that stale cold air from the central AC, different from the humid outside. Lights in the hall were on sensors, and they clicked brighter when they felt me coming, one by one. A wave of light pushing ahead of me. I turned the corner and woke up my section's lights. And there was that hum again that building always had, like wiring just a bit older than its job. I remember being weirdly relieved to see my door, the matte brown paint scratched at the bottom from other people's shoes. My hand smelled like the moto helmet and the cheap soap from the bathroom at the bar. I unlocked the top lock, then the bottom, and pushed the door in, thinking about a cold drink from my fridge and a shower. I didn't reach for the inside light right away. I never did. The hall light usually gave me enough for the kitchen area, and I liked to slide my shoes off and put my bag down before I turned on the bright overhead. It felt less aggressive. That choice is the bit my brain keeps looping. If I had hit the switch, would I have seen anything at all? I pushed the door open wide, let it bump the rubber stopper, and stepped onto the little mat. The hall light fell in a long rectangle across the kitchenette, sink, 2-burner stove, the fridge with my magnets, and it died at the frame of the sliding glass door. Beyond it, the living room was dark like a mouth. The curtain in there wasn't fully pulled. I tend to leave it a hand's width open because I like the hint of outside. There was moon that night, and it was just enough to draw shapes, the edge of my couch, the table, the frame of the balcony door, and something else. Something long and vertical just beyond the sliding glass door, down in the dark, moving. Before my brain had a label for it, my body stopped. Everything in me went still in the doorway, one shoe half off, keys still in my other hand. I didn't breathe. My eyes stretched for the dark. You know that straining you do, waiting for outlines to click in. The long thing swung slightly, left to right, right to left, slow. It took me a full breath to understand it wasn't a curtain, because the curtains were far to the side. It wasn't a plant, because I don't keep plants tall enough to move like that in front of the couch. It wasn't a wire. There's nothing in the middle of my living room to swing from. There's no fan. It was in the air anyway, moving on a pivot my mind could not place. The moon gave me more for my eyes to work with. The swinging shape had a texture. It wasn't solid like a rope. It wasn't thin. It looked like hair. Long hair. So long I couldn't even think of it as a hairstyle, just a hanging sheet of it, black in that kind of black that eats light, moving back and forth as if something above it set it off, and then let gravity keep time. The top of it was somewhere I couldn't make out in the dark, just above the center of the room. The bottom of it, on the gentler swings, stayed a few inches above the floor. On the wider arcs, it skimmed, a whisper against the tiles that I felt in my teeth more than my ears. I stood in my doorway with one shoe on and one shoe off and watched a head of hair swing like a pendulum in the dark of my own living room. I didn't see a face. It isn't that the face was hidden and I missed it. It's that there was no suggestion of a face, just this mass of hair. If you've ever seen somebody bend over and let their hair fall forward to towel it, it had that weight, thick, heavy. The swinging started calm, back and forth. It made the tiniest noise when it shifted, a sort of dry hiss at the end of each pass, the sound of strands touching tile. I watched the path it traced with my eyes until I realized my eyes were watering because I wasn't blinking. My brain tried to find every reason it could. Some neighbor's laundry line, number, that's outside. A trick of the curtain. No, the curtain was a solid block to the right. I kept trying to lean the answer on the building itself because these buildings make noises and do things on their own, but they don't grow hair and make it move. The air in the kitchen part felt normal. I felt the night air from the hall on the back of my neck. Inside the living room, it felt like a bubble of still air sat over everything, holding in the motion and giving me none of it. I thought about turning the kitchen light on and couldn't make myself put a finger on the switch. There was this bone-deep certainty that if I did anything besides watch, I would draw its attention and it would stop swinging and I didn't know what then. Turn, face me. That was the ridiculous word that choked me. Face. The swing widened, just a little at first. It reached the coffee table on one side and the edge of the TV stand on the other. On the next pass, it went farther. The bottom edge scraped a longer path along the floor, and the sound was sharper, like a broom's bristle, but lighter. The ceiling gave a quiet noise, a wood underplaster complaint, the kind of sound I had only ever noticed during storms. With each pass, a small sound came from above, and a matching tiny rush of air came from below as it moved through space. My chest started to keep time with it. There is something about rhythm that gets inside you. Back and forth, my heart thudding along, and on every swing it felt like the room was a bell I was standing inside. I remember smelling my own sweat turn cold. My palms stuck to the keys. The edges of the keys pressed into my skin and hurt, and that was the only real thing in that moment. I had the thought, stupid and loud, that my neighbor might hear something and open his door. The building was thin enough. Those ceilings carried sound. The thought felt like it came from far away and didn't belong to me, like a voice on a speaker saying, "This is not safe. This is wrong." The arc got wider and the motion picked up. It wasn't a rush. It was just a steady increase, like someone somewhere was counting and using a metronome only they could hear. The hair's bottom edge started to sweep the floor on every pass. The sound went from whisper to a dry, rough stroke. The ceiling above gave a deeper creak. Tiny knocks came from the plaster, like something in there was shifting in response to the movement. I started to feel a small vibration through the threshold tile under my foot. Not a shake, you'd think I'd call it a shake, but a hum that had a beat to it, the way you feel bass through your soles more than hear it. At some point the swing reached its peak. It filled the room left to right. It was not chaotic. It was measured, precise, fast. The hair cut the air harder. The ceiling voice above turned into little sharp sounds, cracks from a place you can't see, like the skin of the ceiling was complaining, snapping back, snapping again. I had the animal feeling that I was about to be looked at. I mean that I felt, the moment before someone turns their face toward you, the way air changes. My whole body braced against a thing that had not happened yet. And that bracing took more out of me than anything else in the whole mess. I closed my eyes for 1 second, not on purpose, not as an act of defiance or any smart tactic. My brain burned, and my body decided it could not take one more pass. I shut them hard, and I breathed in that quick way you do when you're trying not to make a sound. The noise stopped, not faded, not slowed, stopped like a hand clapped over a mouth. No last scrape, no final creak in the ceiling. The hum in the tile under my foot vanished so fast, my balance pitched forward. The air in the living room beyond the glass felt like a vacuum from where I stood at the door, like something had been taken out of it. At the exact same beat, a door opened down the hall. The sound hit me like a slap because my ears were still dealing with the stop. It was my neighbor across the hall, the one with the golf shoes always drying outside his door. He said something irritated in the low, angry voice of people dragged from sleep, asking for quiet. He didn't look fully at me. He just peered around his door with his hair flattened on one side, clocked that my door was open and that sound had been happening in the middle of the night, and told me to keep it down. His door closed again with the soft drag of the gasket. In that heartbeat, the normal world dropped back into place. Corridor A, C, hum. The kitchen light I hadn't turned on still off. My door heavy in my hand. The smell of the hall, a mix of cleaning fluid and someone's leftover dinner coming through. The living room beyond the sliding glass door looked like a room again. I opened my eyes and saw rectangle shapes and edges and a still curtain. No swing, nothing in the air where there had been something. The floor didn't show a line. The ceiling didn't show a crack that wasn't there before. The air didn't move. The only thing moving was my chest, and it felt like it was going to split. I stepped back onto the hall mat because the idea of putting my foot over the threshold and into the kitchen felt like stepping into someone's mouth. I closed the door. My keys clinked against the wood because my hand shook. I locked the bottom, then the top. I did it again because my brain wanted the noise. I stood there with my forehead against the door for a second because the cool paint felt like proof that walls are real. Then I walked down the hall like a sleepwalker. My legs moved on their own. I didn't look back at my neighbor's door. I didn't want to see if it was open a crack. The lights ahead of me clicked on as I went, motion sensors doing their job, and that little normal thing made me feel like I could breathe again. The guard on duty downstairs was a guy who plays videos on his phone with the volume up, and he was half asleep, half watching something that sounded like a cooking show. I walked past him without saying anything because I couldn't think of any words that didn't sound insane. The outside air hit me warm and sticky. A stray dog lifted its head from the step and then put it down again when I didn't disturb it. My hands were shaking so badly I had to hold one with the other to make them stop enough to be useful. I went to the 24-hour convenience store on the corner where it's always too bright and the fridges always buzz. I stood in front of the drinks and stared at condensation on the bottles like it would tell me what to do. I bought water because that felt like the right human thing, and the clerk put it in a bag, and I almost said, "Something is in my apartment," to him like an idiot. I didn't go back up. I sat on the low wall outside and drank the water too fast and breathed through my nose until my heart stopped trying to escape. I messaged no one because how do you even start that text? I watched the skies shift in the slow way city skies do, from night to less night to a hint of morning. By the time it started feeling like morning might make it different, the street had voices and scooters again, and the outside unit of someone's air conditioner dripped steadily into a flower pot beside me. I went back in because I had to. You can't live outside because your room made a sound. Going back was a parade of tiny tasks I spread out because otherwise I wouldn't do them. I breathed in the lobby. I got in the lift now that it had somehow fixed itself in the night. I watched the floors light up one by one. I walked the hall with my own door visible and not touching it yet. I listened. Nothing. I unlocked the door and opened it just enough to look in. The kitchen, the glass, the living room beyond, lit now by boring, honest daylight. There was nothing there. The sliding glass door showed me exactly what it always shows me, my own face in the reflection and the room blending into itself. I opened it and stepped in. The air smelled like my apartment. The floor had the tiny scuffs I know. The ceiling had the hairline cracks in the paint that have been there since I moved in. The curtains hung like curtains. The couch had the impression from where my bag usually sits. Every normal thing mocked how frantic my body still was. I checked the ceiling anyway, feeling stupid. I stood on the couch and ran my hand over the paint, like I would feel heat or some breath or some magnetism. There was nothing. I crouched to where the bottom of that swinging shape would have hit the floor, and I looked for a line in the dust. I vacuum enough that there wouldn't have been one anyway. I looked for a hair, which is absurd because I lose hair in this place all the time and sweep it up. But I looked. There was nothing that belonged to last night. Just the usual mess of a person's life pressed into order. I don't know what any of it adds up to beyond this. I saw something move in my home that shouldn't have been able to move. It moved in a way that followed rules, gravity, rhythm, and then it broke the only rule that would have made sense, which is that things like that don't exist in my living room. It scared me past the part of my brain that performs calm. It stopped the second I closed my eyes, and my neighbor, who had no idea he was stepping into the tail end of something, opened his door to complain about noise that, according to the whole world 5 seconds later, never happened. I didn't sleep for a while after that. I rearranged the living room once because changing the line of sight felt like doing something. I stopped leaving the curtain open at night. I turn the kitchen light on before the door closes behind me now, every time, like a person scared of the dark, because that's what I guess I am. Sometimes, if I come home late, I wait in the hall and listen to my own door like an idiot, hand on the handle, trying to hear a hint of anything. Most nights, there's nothing but corridor hum. Sometimes the silence feels like a held breath and I have to talk out loud. Anything, a grocery list, a hello, just to break it. I can still see it if I let myself. The swing starting small, the whisper on the tile, the ceiling's quiet answer, the arc getting wider until it used the whole room like a clock. The particular moment the air convinced me that if I kept watching, it would turn toward me, and I would have to decide whether to believe my own eyes. I can feel the click in my chest when everything stopped as clean as if someone had flipped a breaker, my neighbor's voice at the edge of it, normal and crabby and boring. Me standing there with a key in my palm and my whole body shaking like I'd been running. That's all I have. I opened my door around 1 in the morning and saw something that looked like hair swinging like a pendulum in the dark of my living room. It grew and it accelerated and it filled the room with its motion, and then it stopped when I shut my eyes because I couldn't take it anymore. A door opened down the hall. A human voice complained about noise. I looked back into the living room and there was only the dark rectangle of a room where I live. I left. I came back when the city was awake again, and then nothing. Story 9. We were living in a small house in Virginia, a place that looked plain from the street but had quirks you only notice once you're carrying boxes in. The quirk I hated from day one was the hatch. It was in the smaller bedroom, the one we set up as a playroom and later tried to use as a toddler room. The hatch sat flush with the floor along the far wall, a big square panel with a finger ring in the middle and old paint peeling around the edges. It led to a dirt-floored space under the house, not a full basement, crawl space technically, but this one was deep enough you could stand if you slouched. The first time we opened it, moving day, the smell came up, and I remember looking at my husband and saying, I never wanted to open it again. Sour, earthy, old damp, a mineral smell that stuck in the back of your throat. He closed it carefully, like he agreed without admitting it. Our daughter was 2. She talked early, but in that toddler way where sentences come in lumps and she's proud when she gets them out. That morning, this all happened in one long day, started normal. She ate half a banana, left the other half to dry to cement on the tray. Wanted the red cup, not the blue one. All the usual. I put laundry on, wiped the high chair, and set her up in the small room with blocks and a doll stroller while I stripped the sheets in there. The room had one window, a closet with a sticky door, and the hatch along the baseboard corner. We kept a rug over it, not to hide it exactly, more because I hated looking at it. She was pushing the stroller in a loop the way toddlers do, and then she stopped dead by the corner. It wasn't dramatic. It was the sudden freeze that means their brain is somewhere else for a second. I know my kids freeze because a bird is outside, from a freeze because something feels weird. This one was the second. She stared at the rug-covered square, then at the corner where the baseboard met the wall. Her chin tilted down, the way she does when she's trying to be brave for something tiny, like a spider on the wall. I was halfway through wrestling a fitted sheet when I realized she hadn't moved in a full minute. I told myself to keep making the bed and not to feed it with nerves. Then she said it. She didn't yell. She didn't even look at me. She said, clear as a bell in that toddler voice, "Blue woman." We were in that phase where kids throw out strange descriptions and you say, what color is the sky? And they say pizza. So I said without thinking, what blue woman, honey? She touched the rug with one finger, right where the ring under it was. Not the center, off to the side, exactly where you could feel the metal through the fabric if you knew it was there. She didn't press, she didn't pull. She just touched and then pulled her hand back like the rug might be hot. Then she went back to the stroller and moved it to the doorway and played with her back to the room. I folded a corner of the rug back to make sure the ring was lying flat. It was. While I did it, the smell sneaked up even with the hatch shut. A thin version of that sour, wet dirt and old wood. Not strong, but present. It could have been my imagination. The house tends to take in whatever the weather is doing, and that morning had been damp. I put the rug back and pushed the stroller a little with my toe to get her moving again. She refused to nap in there that afternoon. She didn't tantrum like a lot of kids do about nap. She did the opposite. She went quiet and heavy and clung to my neck. Her eyes were big, and she wouldn't look at the bed. I tried her crib in our room, and she wouldn't settle there either. When I carried her back to the small room and put her down on the toddler bed, she started to cry in that low, breathy way that says, none of this is a game. She said, cold. She cold. Under the floor. She patted the mattress, then the rug, then curled her fingers into the sheet and looked at the ceiling because she wouldn't look at the corner again. I picked her up. I'm not going to pretend I was brave. My stomach went to ice and every hair on my arm stood up. I carried her out and we lay on the couch together, and she fell asleep in 5 minutes because she was exhausted from the stress of it. While she slept, I stood in the doorway of that room and tried to be an adult. I lifted the rug edge again. The ring had paint built up around it, and the paint was cold to the touch. I put my ear to the floor like an idiot, and all I heard was the muffled thump of my own heartbeat. The sour smell was stronger near the seam where the panel sat in its frame. I thought about pulling it up. I couldn't do it. The idea of air rising from there into my face made my hands go numb. I put the rug back down flat and made sure the edges were straight, like that would count for something. My husband came home early that day because he was doing something with night shifts the rest of the week. He walked in with his usual keys thrown into jar noise and kissed the top of our sleeping kid's head and went to change. When she woke up and saw him, she did something she has never done to him. She pulled back, not big, not dramatic, just the slightest recoil before she rearranged her face into a smile. He clocked it. He's not oblivious. He frowned and asked me with his eyebrows what happened. I told him the words "blue woman" and "under the floor" and watched his face go through the same quick math mine had. He shrugged like a person trying not to feed it. Then he said out loud the simple fixes. Maybe the house is making spooky noises. Maybe kids get weird about rooms sometimes. Maybe we swap rooms tonight and give it a rest. He walked into the small room and turned on the overhead light. The reaction from our kid was immediate and visceral. She shouted a no so raw she shocked herself. Her hands flew to her ears. She said, voice shaking but clear, "She hates the lights." She said it like she understood our routine. She said it like it wasn't a thought in her head, but a fact she was reporting. No light. She mad. It was the way she stared at the corner while she said it that made my chest tighten. Not at my husband, not at me, at that baseboard. My husband turned the light off quietly and apologized to both of us with a look. He squatted by the rug and lifted the corner. He's not afraid of spiders or dirt or small spaces. He's the one who checks crawl spaces and gets mice out of traps. He rubbed the paint around the ring with his thumb, saw how stiff it was, how the paint sealed it. He let go of it and stood up slow. He turned to our daughter and asked her if she wanted to sleep in our room tonight. She nodded so hard she got hiccups. There wasn't one big scare. It was this slow set of little realities collecting like dust. The blue woman had a place. Under the floor, down there. She had an opinion. She didn't like the light. She didn't like my husband. None of that was prompted. Our daughter didn't even have the social concepts yet to make up "doesn't like daddy" for dramatic effect. She loves him. But she kept saying, in between hiccups, that the blue woman no like daddy. And every time he moved near the door of that room, she pressed herself into my side and watched him with the kind of seriousness you only see on a tiny face when something isn't right. Around early evening, around the hour where we start going through our bedtime motions, I tried to normalize. I took our daughter back to the small room in my arms, with the hall light on and the overhead off. I sat on the floor and sorted a little pile of blocks and talked about silly things like what color socks the doll would wear. She stayed in the hall. She wouldn't put more than 1 foot on the threshold, not a tantrum, not positioning for attention, just a consistent, absolute no that lived in her body. Her eyes kept pulling to the corner. She would stare, then look down at her toes, then peek back, like something had a gravity she couldn't resist. I got brave in a way that had more to do with being a parent than being brave. I crawled to the corner and pushed the rug all the way back. I felt the seam of the hatch with my fingertips, felt the paint burrs, the cool metal ring, the bits of grit that always gather along edges. The smell hit stronger. It wasn't sewer. It wasn't dead animal. It was wet dirt and old wood, and that sour note that says this air has been sitting with low oxygen a long time. I kept my palm flat on the panel because it felt like something to do. There was no vibration, no heat, no cold beyond the ambient cool of a house with a crawl space, but my spine was hot with that being looked at feeling, and I hated myself for it. I'm a practical person. I know houses. I know how kids are. And still it felt like something under there had its attention pointed straight up. She whispered, little voice from the doorway, almost ashamed of itself. She looking, which was my exact thought, and I nearly threw up. It felt like catching a cold in a second, that full-bodied drop. We decided in that moment that room was closed for the night. We made a nest in our room, mattress on the floor because toddlers roll, The monitor camera turned to face the doorway just so I would see the pattern of our hall if I wanted to. We ate a rushed dinner because I didn't want to be in the kitchen long. Anytime my husband stepped toward the small room to get something, our daughter tracked him with tense little hands. He got the message. After bath, she told me again, unprompted, while I pulled pajamas over her damp hair, that the blue woman lives under the house down there. She tapped the floor like she could feel something through tile. She didn't have the language to embellish. She didn't talk about faces or clothes or anything you'll see in a ghost story. It was color and place and preference. Blue, under the floor, cold, doesn't like daddy, hates lights. That's it. She repeated it until it sounded like some sad list of facts she wished weren't true. Once she was asleep in our room, the tension in the house changed. I could breathe, but it wasn't relief. It was the kind of breath you take when you're leaving a room you don't like and you finally step into the hall. The small room sat behind us with its door half shut, the hall light making a wedge across the carpet. The smell seemed to seep a little into the hall, not strong, just enough to be a note in the air. My husband asked me if I wanted him to tape the hatch down, half joking, and I said yes in a voice that made neither of us laugh. He went to the junk drawer for painter's tape, the blue kind, and he put an X over the ring. It would have come up without much effort. It wasn't about the physics, it was a line for my brain. Right before we turned in, I stood by the small room's doorway one last time. I didn't step in. I didn't test the hatch again. I looked at the corner. The baseboard had a gap where the paint line wobbled. The cheap rug had frayed in one spot, ordinary flaws. The overhead light was off. The hall light made the white walls look warmer than they are. The air was still. All the normal things were in their places. If another parent had walked in, they would have told me to stop being dramatic. I wanted someone to tell me that so badly. I wanted someone to remove it from my hands and mind and say, it's a smell and a draft and your kid being two. We killed the light in the hall. That's not a special sentence. It's just what you do when you're going to bed. But the exact click of the switch, the moment the house went from dim to dark, my house rearranged itself around that sound. The quiet came down hard. I stood very still and waited for, I don't know what. The AC kicked on. Somewhere outside a car door shut. Inside, the only thing that moved was that thin line of cooler air that creeps under old doors, the kind of draft you only notice when you're holding your breath. It touched my ankles, and it felt like a hand told the truth about the temperature under there. Cold. I walked back to our room and shut the door, which we never do because of the monitor and because it's easier to hear little footsteps. That night, I needed a door. We slept badly. I kept waking with my heart pounding and half expecting to smell that sour dirt in my pillow. Our daughter slept hard with her mouth open, the way kids do after they've cried more than they're used to. Every time my husband shifted, I found myself watching him like I could protect him from something that didn't make sense even in my head. We avoided that room after. It's embarrassing to admit, but we both did. Toys migrated into the living room permanently. We moved our daughter's things back into our room. A few weeks later, we moved out of that house for reasons that weren't this, officially. I tell people it was the commute. I don't mention the hatch. I don't mention the smell that lived in my throat. I don't mention the way my daughter's face changed when I turned a light on in that room. She never said blue woman again after we left. Not once. She doesn't remember it now, and I'm grateful. I still do. If I smell damp earth in a basement somewhere, my shoulders lock up before I register why. If I see a floor hatch in a photo, my stomach drops. I can still feel the ridged edge of that painted ring under my fingertips and the cold of the panel against my palm and my daughter's small voice reporting facts she had no reason to know. There wasn't a big finale. No banging, no doors slamming, no dramatic reveal. It was a morning with a kid saying two strange words and an afternoon of a kid refusing to cross a threshold, and an evening of a kid telling us what the lights and her dad did to the air under the floor. It hit all at once in one day, and then it stopped being our problem because we turned the hall light off and shut our door, and later we shut the front door for the last time and handed the keys back and drove away. But when I picture that room, I'm not remembering packing. I'm back in that doorway, watching the wedge of light on the carpet, feeling that draft slide over my ankles from a space with sour air, hearing my kid's small voice matter-of-factly say, "She's cold, she's under the floor, she hates the lights, she doesn't like Daddy." Then the click of the switch, the house going still like it was listening, and nothing. Story 10. The house was one the little church down the road in Virginia was selling. They'd had it sitting empty for months and said we could start moving things in before the paperwork finished. It felt like a win at the time. Cheaper than anything else we'd seen, walkable to the church, quiet street, big yard with too many leaves and a shed with a crooked door. From the outside it looked harmless and tired, the way old houses do, white siding, black shutters, shrubs that needed a haircut. Inside was clean but hollow, that empty house sound where your own footsteps sound like someone else's. We got the keys on a weekday morning. I had just driven back from Massachusetts earlier that day after a quick trip to deal with a work thing, so I was already wrung out. He'd brought the girls over the night before to measure rooms and argue about where beds would go. We planned a low-stress first day, a few boxes from storage, a mattress, cleaning supplies, and the nieces and nephews coming after lunch to run around the yard and help in the way kids do, by getting in the way cheerfully. Everyone shows up with different energy when you're moving. There was the smell of cardboard and cold air coming in and out of the door. The front entry opened straight into a little hallway with a coat closet and the old-fashioned doorbell chime box mounted up high, the kind with a plastic cover that yellowed in the sun. To the right was a living room with two big windows and cheap mini blinds, the slat kind with cords. To the left was the dining room that led into the kitchen, and in the back a heavy door to the mudroom and outside. The staircase was straight up the middle, the kind that makes footsteps sound like they're trying to come into your chest. We all spilled in, and the house echoed with voices for the first time in months. Everyone had a job, kids dragging light things, adults figuring out where the cleaning supplies should go and which outlets worked. The air inside was colder than outside, even with the heat on, a kind of thin cold that felt like it had soaked into the drywall. The kitchen door had one of those hydraulic arm closers on it, so it shut slow and heavy and hissed. Someone had hung a little bell on the handle. I remember that because it jingled once, when the door moved on its own later, and that sound is stuck in my head forever now. It was mid-afternoon when the first weird thing happened. The nieces and nephews were in the living room with our girls, making a fort out of moving blankets, because of course that's what kids do. The blinds on the front windows rattled once, the way blinds do when a truck goes by. I didn't look. Then they rattled again, harder, and by the time I turned, the left set of blinds began to rise, not a little tug from a draft. It ran. The cord moved through the slotted pull like someone had yanked it. The slats stacked at the top. 2 seconds later, the right set did the same. The room went from shaded to glare in one motion. Everyone saw it. There were 6 kids and 2 adults in that room at that moment. And all of us went silent at once. The cords were hanging. The strings weren't tied around anything. No one was near them. It wasn't one set accidentally unspooling or a broken cleat. They went up like someone wanted the light in. We all stared like idiots for a second, and then, as if a hand had flipped a switch in reverse, the left blinds fell back down, slats rattling until they covered the window again. The right did the same, then up again, then down again. Both sets together, smooth, like a routine. I told myself vacuum somewhere is making a pressure change because the front storm door was latched and there was no big draft that would yank cords like that. The heating was on low. The windows were shut. The screens outside sat still. The cords swung when they were done. They didn't tangle. No one was laughing. The oldest nephew had that fake brave voice like he wanted it to be a prank, but his face didn't commit. We kept moving because that's what you do when something doesn't make sense and you don't want to give it attention. Every time I passed the living room, I glanced at the blinds and felt my shoulders creep up anyway. The day wore itself out. People left. The house got quiet again and took on that hollow stillness fast. The girls started to unravel the way kids do when they've used up their good behavior. We made up the bed in the main bedroom, front of the house, 2 windows, too big for the furniture we had. The closet door had that scraped bottom sound. The room had an old smoke stain on the ceiling someone had painted over badly. I was trying not to be annoyed with how much work there would be. That evening is when the house felt like it sat on my chest. I was supposed to open my laptop and finish some notes from Massachusetts, nothing big, and I stood in the kitchen staring at the charger like I didn't know what it was for. The air had weight, not heat, not humidity, weight. I know the difference between being tired and being pressed on. This was the second. In the middle of that, the heavy kitchen door gave a long, slow inch inward with a hiss and a jingle of that bell like someone on the other side had leaned on it. The handle didn't turn. It just moved against the closer arm. I walked over and tested the latch. It stuck hard. You had to set a shoulder into it to open it. You couldn't bump it with a knee and make it move. It had just moved. The girls didn't want to go to bed. It wasn't the kind of fight where they tell you they're not tired. It had that sharp edge where their eyes keep going to corners. My husband rolled his eyes because that's his position on this stuff. He volunteered to lie down with them. He thinks I feed the weirdness by reacting, and sometimes he's right. He took his phone and a flashlight, made a joke about the house needing to get used to us, and went upstairs with the girls. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was him, but not in the tone he uses to tease. It was low and short. I feel like I'm being watched. I wanted to say, by who, and be sarcastic. I didn't. I felt that odd little cold on my neck you get when your body makes you honest against your will. A few minutes after that, I heard scraping and thuds in the living room. I went to see because my brain hates not knowing, and what I found looked exactly like it sounds in the story. He was building a camp. He'd pulled the sofa over so it backed against the biggest wall and then dragged side tables and chairs to make a little barricade around it, like a fort but not playful. He'd set a lamp on the floor inside the circle. He had the blanket from our bed. He gave me that look like don't start. He said it made him feel better being in the middle of the room with his back protected. He's the rational one. That was my first real deep oh no. We tried to regroup. We brushed teeth downstairs because neither of us wanted to deal with the upstairs bathroom's echo. I told myself I would work once the girls were really asleep. I put a notepad on the counter and a pen, then turned around to straighten a stack of plates, then turned back, and the pen was gone. I found it 5 minutes later, lined neatly up on the front windowsill. Little things like that all evening. The tape measure we had used in the dining room ended up on the stair landing without either of us taking it there. A screwdriver I'd left in the kitchen was lying centered on the hallway runner like someone had laid it out. Nothing dramatic, nothing thrown, just moved and always put down with care. There were footsteps upstairs while both of us were downstairs. Not a random creak, steps. The wood in old houses sound, but paced, traveling from one side of the hall to the other. We froze and listened because that's the move when your brain argues with your hearing. You just listen. It crossed once, then twice, then stopped like it had reached a destination. Our girls slept through it. I waited for the stairs to complain, and they didn't. The house breathed and settled, and the kitchen clock ticked louder than it should. By the time it was late, neither of us had done what we were supposed to do. He lay on the living room couch inside his little perimeter, the lamp on low, a blanket over his legs, eyes open. I sat at the table pretending to read, the kind of pretending where you turn pages and don't absorb a word. The The night got that deep tone that happens after midnight in a neighborhood. No cars, no TV sounds from next door, just the hum of appliances and your pulse. I could feel that heavy kitchen door at my back, even while I wasn't looking at it. Every time it clicked, as the closer adjusted to temperature, my shoulders jumped. Around 3 in the morning it started. I didn't have to look at a clock to know the time, because the house felt like 3. The doorbell rang. Not a half press or a sticky buzz. The old-fashioned ding-dong chime with the 2 notes. Loud, honest, alive. It rang through the hall and into the living room, and through me. It sounded so normal that for 3 seconds I was relieved. It meant a person. It meant an explanation. It meant a neighbor saw something or someone needed something. He sat up on the couch like he'd been yanked. We looked at each other without saying anything. I walked toward the front door because that's what adults do. The porch light was already on from earlier. The storm door was shut. The glass was clean enough that I could see the yard lit in that weak yellow. I opened the main door and held the storm door with my foot. The porch boards were cold. The air was cold. The yard was just a yard. Patchy grass. The church's parking lot lights through the trees. Our car with a fine layer of dew on the windshield. The street was empty. No one was on the sidewalk. No one was on the porch steps. I leaned out and looked down both sides. Nothing. I told myself the bell must have been a test press by a kid running away. It happens. I shut the storm door and pushed the latch to make sure it clicked. I closed the main door and put my hand on the deadbolt to turn it, and the bell rang again. Full, loud, immediate. 2 notes that filled the house in exactly the way they had 10 seconds earlier. He stood up in the living room, blanket sliding to the floor, eyebrows furrowed in a way that told me his skepticism was wrestling with something else. I opened the door faster. I looked harder. The porch was just a porch. The step made that same tiny groan when I leaned. The air smelled like cold leaves. I stepped out onto the mat and listened for footsteps running away on gravel. Nothing. The houses across the way were dark. You can tell when someone is there even if they're hiding. A cough, a shuffle, the feeling of a body in your periphery. It was empty. I did something absurd. I pushed our own bell. I wanted to hear it. I pressed the button with my thumb. The bell answered from the hall behind me. The same 2 notes, which somehow made it worse because it told me nothing was broken. The button didn't stick. It didn't do a delayed ring. It rang when you touched it. It had just rung itself when nobody had touched it. I closed the door again. The deadbolt made that satisfying thunk. I took 1 step toward the living room, and the bell went again. 3rd time. Same tone, same volume, like a bad joke told 3 times, like someone with their finger on the button daring me to prove it. The 3rd ring took the strength out of my legs. I felt anger rise up weirdly, because fear has to go somewhere. He came to the hall this time. We both stood facing the door, like we could stare down a sound. He put his hand on the knob and didn't turn it. We waited. Nothing. The house breathed. The heater kicked on. The chime box on the wall looked like a cheap plastic thing from a hardware store, not the kind of object that should own your whole brain in the middle of the night. He said we should wait by the window to see if anyone moves. We did. We peeked through the sidelight glass like criminals. Nothing moved. The porch light burned a perfect circle of boring light on empty boards. We tried to call someone from the church because that felt like the right move when a church house decides to get weird. No answer. It was late on a weeknight. There was no blessing to be had at 3 in the morning from anyone who would pick up. The girls slept upstairs. The house waited. I swear it waited. We sat on the floor in the hall like 2 kids at a sleepover, waiting for the bad part to pass. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes like he had a headache. I could hear his breath and the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and nothing else. The bell did not ring again after that 3rd time. It got quiet in a way that left all my nerves jangling. like a person who's been teasing you, finally gets bored and walks away, and you're left with the shape of the teasing in your chest. We stayed up until it was almost morning, because neither of us wanted to turn off the lamp in the living room or climb the stairs. And that tells you everything. The next day, we called the church office and told them we wouldn't be closing. We didn't make it a big supernatural confession. We said the truth in small pieces, that it didn't feel right, that we couldn't settle, that unexpected problems had come up. We packed only what we'd brought in. We left the mattress and came back for it later, because you can't carry a queen mattress alone, and neither of us was going back in there that hour. We slept somewhere else that night, somewhere with other human complaints. Road noise, people in the hall, a glow from a Coca-Cola machine that makes everything look cheap. I have never slept that deeply in years. I woke up and felt like someone had lifted a bag of sand off my chest. I can sit here now and list the normal reasons. Old houses mess with air pressure. Bells can ring because of wiring shorts. Blinds slip because the cords are old and the spools unwind. Doors move because temperature changes their fit. Footsteps upstairs when you're downstairs are how wood talks at night. My head knows all of that. None of it explains the specific sequence of one day. The blinds going up and down while 8 people watched and nobody touched a thing. The heavy kitchen door giving an inch like someone tired, leaned their shoulder against it and exhaled. The way objects refused to stay where I grumped at myself for misplacing them and then found them lined up. The sound of steps traveling deliberately across a floor that shouldn't have known anyone but us. The call from upstairs about a feeling he never admits he has. The fort he built without joking, and that doorbell chiming full and bright 3 times like a neighbor with all the time in the world and no feet on our porch. I can still hear the bell if I let my mind sit in that hallway again. 2 notes, space between them. The second always rings in my chest because that's when the empty porch stared back at me, and I had to accept that my eyes and ears were not going to agree. When people ask why we didn't go through with that house, I say something bland about timing and money and the age of the place. The truth lives in the muscle memory of my hand on a doorknob at 3 in the morning and the weight of a house that would not let me do work or sleep or breathe like myself for even one day. That's all that happened. One day, front to back. It escalated like a joke that isn't a joke, and it quit without a curtain call. The bell rang. We opened to no one. We shut the door. It rang again. We opened into the same small porch and the same empty yard. We shut the door. It rang a 3rd time. I felt something in me just stop. We didn't fix it. We didn't argue with it. We left. The first night away, I slept like I hadn't in months. And then nothing. Story 11. I'd only been at the new job in Massachusetts for a couple of weeks. New badge, new routine, new way the building sounds after everyone leaves. The office is in one of those repurposed buildings you get around here, older on the outside, with a cleaned-up lobby, long carpeted corridors, and rooms that all look a little too similar until you learn which printer jams and which light fixture buzzes. I like staying late when I'm trying to catch up. Fewer people, fewer interruptions. The first week, I told myself the quiet would help. By the second week, I had started noticing the difference between a normal quiet and the kind that makes your skin pay attention. That day, I stayed later than I meant to. It was the kind of evening where you think you'll do 20 more minutes, and you look up and everyone else's coats are gone, and nobody has walked past your doorway in an hour. The building takes on layers when it empties. The hum of the vending machine, the low rush of air through vents, the occasional click of a thermostat, somewhere flipping a relay. It all feels bigger when you're one of only a few bodies on the whole floor. There's this alcove at the end of the corridor where the bathrooms are. It's cold there year-round, not freezing, just a weird drop in temperature compared to the rest of the floor. I have no dramatic reason for that. Maybe the venting is strange, or the windows on that end face the wrong way. But it's one of those places I noticed by accident the first day, because it feels different. The carpet stops and tile begins. The sound changes. I can't explain it better than that. It was past 8 when I finally packed up my laptop and stacked my little pile of notes. I had on a light pink shirt, one of those soft ones you buy in a hurry because it goes with anything. Black pants, black flats. My badge was clipped to my belt and my keys were looped through a little ring I hooked to my bag. It's funny what your brain catalogues when everything else falls apart. The light from the desk lamp made a warm circle on the paperwork. Outside my doorway, the corridor was just that late evening beige with the overheads humming. I decided to hit the bathroom before I left because the drive home isn't long, but it's long enough if you've been drinking tea for hours. I grab my keys automatically because they live in my hand when I'm on my way out. I clicked my screen off and locked my computer and stood up, stretching my neck until it cracked, the kind of tired habit you don't notice you have until you do it in an empty office and the sound feels too loud. The walk down the corridor felt like a little ritual by then. The motion sensors popped the lights a bit brighter ahead of me and faded them behind me. My flats made that damped thud you get on commercial carpet. I checked a couple of doors as I passed, habit, to see who was still in. Most were dark. Down at the very end, the air cooled on my face like stepping closer to a window in winter. The cleaner smell lives down there too, sharp and sweet from whatever they use on tile. I could hear the deeper hum of the building from that point, like you stand closer to the veins of it. The bathroom door sits to the left when you hit the alcove. It's a metal push door with a little sign holder on the wall that says "Women" with the typical icon and a braille plaque underneath. The door is heavy and closes on a soft arm closer so it doesn't slam. You have to give it a push, and it pushes back on your hand as it damps shut. While I was still half a corridor away, I heard the door open ahead of me, the distinct rubber-edged sound of it moving, and saw someone slip inside. Not a full view, more like the side of a shoulder and an arm, the angle of a head, a flash of color. Light pink shirt, keys in hand. The keys caught the light just enough to make my brain file the detail before I even thought about it. I actually sighed, the automatic kind you do when you think, ugh, shared quiet bathroom awkwardness. But you're an adult, so you go in and wash your hands and mind your business. I eased my pace a little because I didn't want to crowd whoever had just gone in. The thing that kept replaying over and over in my head later is I didn't think that's me when I saw that person. I just clocked the shirt and the keys and the tilt of the head and thought, someone else is here too, and felt the mild annoyance and relief that comes with not being totally alone on a late floor. I reached the alcove and put my palm on the door. I expected normal stuff. The echo of a water tap, the sound of a stall lock catching, a cough, the shuffle of shoes on tile. Nothing. The silence felt too even. I pushed the door in with my shoulder, the arm caught and gave, and the room opened around me. Empty. Not, someone must be in a stall. Empty. Not, maybe they're at the far sink. Empty. Empty, empty. The stalls were all ajar, just the way the cleaners leave them. The doors, 4 fingers off the floor with no shoes underneath. The trash can by the paper towel dispenser clean. The mirror along the wall threw back the fluorescent light so hard it made my eyes water. The lights in there always buzz a little. You stop hearing it during the day because other sounds cover it. In that moment, it was all I could hear, a thin, cheap electrical sound, like a trapped insect. The door eased shut behind me, and the whole building went away. There was this pressure. I know how that sounds. I've had my ears pop on planes. I've stood in elevators when they misbehave and felt that drop. This wasn't that. This was like the room had a weight to it that had nothing to do with temperature or altitude. My breath felt narrow. If I had to put words to it, the air told me I was in a place that already had an owner. It wasn't menacing like someone about to harm you. It was territorial. You are standing in my spot. I stared at the mirror and flinched at the sight of myself because for a split second, The only story my body would accept was that I was about to see the other person. Instead, it was my own face, damp hairline from working late, shirt a little wrinkled from the chair, keys in my left hand, just like the person I had seen. I saw the exact glint off the metal I'd seen in the hall. My brain did that scramble, looking for a timeline that made sense. Did someone else come in wearing light pink and holding keys? Did they slip out in the seconds it took me to walk the last few steps? There's no second door. There's not a hidden exit. The stall doors are loud. I would have heard them unlatch and swing. I didn't. I stood with my bag strap pressed into my shoulder and felt stupid and scared at the same time because there was nothing to point at that made me right. The only proof I had was the way the sound from the corridor had died the second the door pushed itself back to its frame, and the way my skin knew something that my head didn't want. I didn't even pretend. I didn't walk further in and adjust my hair and use the sink to rationalize. I turned around, put my hand flat on the door bar, shouldered it open, and stepped back into the alcove like I had walked into a meeting room by mistake. As soon as the door moved, the outside sound came back, the general hush of an empty building, the HVAC rumble, the tiny whine of the exit light ballast. It felt like breaking the surface of a pool. I stood in the alcove for a full beat, with my hand still on the door, key ring biting into my palm. I waited for the sound of someone else moving in there, anything to justify what I had just felt. Nothing. Just the steady, faint buzz and the weight of my heartbeat in my neck. I backed up a step, and the cold from that part of the corridor touched my ankles in a way that made me want to run, even though running would make it worse. I walked away without looking back at the sign. I went straight to my desk, grabbed my bag without fussing with zips, and told myself I would use the bathroom at the gas station on the way home, which is stupid because I hate public bathrooms, and I hate the fluorescent antiseptic smell of gas stations even more. I would have done anything not to step into that alcove again that night. On the walk back down the corridor, I did the dumb math we all do to calm ourselves. Someone in a similar shirt, maybe a co-worker I hadn't met yet. Maybe she ducked into the janitor's closet, which is ridiculous because the janitor's closet is on the other side of the floor and needs a key card. Maybe she'd lifted the stall door and stood on the toilet seat, which is not a thing people do, but my brain offered it anyway. With every normal explanation I tried on, my body threw the same answer back. No, what you saw and what you felt were too specific. The weight in that room was the weight of a person taking up space. The outline you caught was wearing your shirt and holding your keys. I got in the elevator and realized too late that being in a small box alone in that building was a brilliant way to feel worse. The panel lights seemed too bright. The mirror of the elevator door gave me another shot of myself looking too pale. Pink blouse, suddenly a neon sign of bad choices, the keys still in my left hand like an idiot. The little digital voice announced the lobby, and the doors opened slower than I wanted. I moved into that awful bright lobby quickly, like speed mattered, and the security guard glanced up from his phone and nodded, and I wanted to hug him for being a normal human witness to my existence. Outside, it had cooled down. The air smelled like rain, even though none was falling. The parking lot lights made islands out of the cars. I walked straight to mine, hands too full, because I refused to put anything away until I was inside. I sat behind the wheel with the door still open, breathing like I'd run. I tried to laugh at myself, and nothing in me thought it was funny. On my drive home, I kept trying to reconstruct the exact angle where I saw the person go in. The corridor is straight with that little dogleg into the alcove. There's a window halfway down that sometimes reflects weird at night if the lights inside and outside argue with each other. I replayed that too. Did I catch myself in a reflection even from that angle? It wouldn't fit. The timing wouldn't fit. The door had opened, the metal had squeaked, someone had pushed through. They wore light pink, and the keys in their hand caught the same crap office lighting mine just had. At home, my apartment felt like a relief and an accusation at the same time. Everything was in its place, and my bathroom is small with a squeaky door and a little window that hates to open, and that felt like safety. I took a too long shower because water on a face fixes things that don't deserve to be fixed by water. I ate something without tasting it. I stared at my own mirror too long. Even in my own room, there's something about a mirror after a day like that. My brain kept doing this awful double take, lagging by a half beat, like the image was taking a second too long to catch up. It wasn't, but that's how it felt. I went to bed later than I should have because I thought I could tire myself out enough to sleep through the adrenaline hangover. It didn't work. When I finally slept, the dream found the obvious route. I was standing at the sink inside the office bathroom, light buzzing, white tiles clean to a point that didn't match reality. The mirror was too long, and I couldn't see the edges of it, like it went on past the wall. My own face looked back, serious, waiting for me to accept whatever it was trying to tell me. And then, in the cheap mirror way where reflections double, there was a second angle over my shoulder, me again, but not. The second me didn't breathe in the rhythm I breathe. The second me didn't blink when I blinked. It just looked at me, and I woke up with my heart making a sprint against my ribs, mouth open but no sound. Classic nightmare stuff, if you write it out. Not so classic when you wake up and have to decide whether to pee with the lights on. A lot of people tell stories like this and then tack on a long tale about months of this and months of that. I won't do that. Most of the horror that matters happened in one evening and that one room. The afterward was just me trying to be a person again, but the feeling didn't fade fast, and that's the part I can't get over. The next day at work, my head snapped up every time someone walked past my doorway in anything even close to a light color. I avoided that end of the corridor all day, using the bathroom 2 floors down like a creep sneaking around someone else's office. I told myself it was because the cleaner had been in and I didn't want to be in their way. Even I didn't buy it. I didn't tell anyone there. I didn't want it to be a thing that people teased me about. I didn't want a reputation built on being the new person with a ghost story. It wasn't even that for me. It wasn't a ghost. It was the you are standing in a place that is not for you feeling, and the worst part was knowing the you in that sentence might also be me. If you want a clean explanation, I'd love one. Maybe the ducting in that room makes a vacuum when the door closes, and my body read it as wrong. Maybe someone with the same taste walked in and then immediately backed out because they forgot something, and that's the second I pushed the door. Maybe the angle of the hallway made a reflection that looked exactly like a person going inside. Sure, I can write those ideas out. I can make them reasonable. They don't sit right with the shape of the thing as it live in my body. The way the sound dropped out, the way the air pressed, the way my own reflection made me flinch because my system had already decided that the owner of that space and I knew each other, but were not friends. I can still put myself there if I let myself. The cold pocket of air, the smell of that cleaner they use on tile, the dull shine of the floor, and the tiny mismatch where one tile was replaced, the hum that gets louder right over the sinks. Me, with my light pink shirt and keys in my left hand, walking toward a door I watched someone in a light pink shirt push open. The door's weight on my shoulder, the odd, absolute emptiness waiting inside. The wall of sound cutting out like someone had turned a dial. The sense that I had walked into a version of my own movements, just slightly off. My body deciding no before my head could talk me into yes. Me backing out without touching a thing, and the hiss of the closer as the door settled back and the building's regular life came rushing in again. I didn't see anything extraordinary. I didn't get touched. No faucets turned on by themselves. The terror didn't come from a big display. It came from the way the room said, "You're late to this place, it already belongs to someone," and how my brain answered back with the worst possible translation. The someone looked like me. On my way out that night, after I had packed my bag and decided the gas station bathroom was a better bet than that cold alcove, I crossed the lobby and glanced at the massive glass panel by the doors. It throws back a full-body reflection when it's dark outside, the building's lights turning it into a cheap mirror. I saw myself coming, a little hunched from the weight of my bag, left hand hooked on the strap, keys visible against the pink of my shirt. For a heartbeat, one of those weird, stretched-out heartbeats the body does when it's had enough, I thought I saw a second outline just behind my shoulder. Same height, same shape, half a step off. I blinked, and it was just the lobby and a tired person going home. It felt like it had just happened again, and then it was over. And I stood there with my hand on the door, unable to explain any of it even to myself. Story 12. I was a student living in a tired walk-up in Kuala Lumpur, the kind of place you rent because it's cheap and close to buses, and a mamak that stays open too late. Third floor, one-room layout, concrete walls with old paint that never looks clean no matter how much you scrub. There was a rusted ceiling fan I never used because it wobbled, so I relied on a standing fan that made a soft tick whenever it rotated. The bathroom had that sour drain smell you learn to live with, and the window louvers stuck at odd angles so they never shut properly. Geckos lived behind the fridge and clicked at night. The best thing about the flat was the light in the morning. It came in through the little north window and made the dust look gentler. The ceiling was thin, gypsum board screwed onto wooden battens, the kind with that tiny seam you can see if the paint chips. In the corner of the room, above the freestanding wardrobe, there was a square panel in the ceiling with a little finger notch. I only noticed it the first week when I pushed a broom up there to dislodge a cobweb, and I saw the edge give a fraction. Access to the loft, the maintenance guy had said when I asked about it. Don't open, he'd added like an afterthought. Nights were noisy in the way city nights are. Motorbikes, stray dogs, a neighbour's TV turned too loud, someone dragging a chair across tile. None of that bothered me. What started to mess with me came in quiet first, then got loud. It began, I think, in the first month I lived there. Around 11 o'clock most nights, I'd be sitting on the bed with my laptop or lying down to scroll, and I'd hear a heavy thump above me. Not a building settling, not a pipe, not a rain noise. A thump, then maybe two more. My first thought was, cats. Cats get into everything in this city, rooftops especially. I pictured a big tomcat dropping from one beam to another. It happened often enough that I trained myself not to react. Friends came over for noodles and I'd pretend not to hear it. I didn't want to be the person who said, "Did you hear that?" about old building sounds. But after a while, a pattern took shape. It came at the same time. I'd glance at my phone, and it would be a hair past 11. I would lie there with my teeth brushed, the fan ticking, and there it would be. Sometimes it was a single heavy footfall. Sometimes it was a slow series that made the metal hangers in my wardrobe clink. If you've ever been under a thin ceiling when something solid hits the other side, you know the weird closeness of that sound. It's too intimate. It sits on your body. After a couple of months of this, I started paying attention. I'd startle at tiny noises. I'd listen with my eyes closed and try to draw a map in my head of where each thump landed. Always above me, always above the bed or the desk. It felt personal. That's ridiculous, and I knew it, but nerves don't care. By the end of the third month, I cracked and did the neighbor thing. I went upstairs in the early evening before dinner. The neighbor above me was home. I heard a TV and the scrape of a chair. I knocked and tried to be apologetic before I even got words out. I said I was sorry to bother them, but asked whether they could please avoid heavy walking around 11 because there was a recurring noise that was waking me. The person who answered, older, tight smile, cigarette smile in the air, looked at me like I'd asked them to shut their curtains in daylight. They said they didn't hear anything at night. They got defensive fast. I stood there with my palms up and said again that I didn't want trouble, I just wanted sleep. They waved a hand like I was ridiculous, and the door went shut. I walked back down the steps feeling stupid and a little angry with myself for saying anything. That night, it was worse. 11 came, and with it the thumps. Not the usual couple. It felt like someone dropping heavy things directly on the board above. Thud, pause, thud, thud. The wardrobe rattled. I sat up in bed and stared at the ceiling like that would help. I told myself to be an adult and ignore it. It kept coming, measured, the way footsteps are measured when someone is deciding how loud to be. I waited 15 minutes and it didn't stop. The clock on my phone ticked forward, and I felt that string of patience inside me pull tight and snap. If you grew up in flats like this, you have a broom for everything. Bugs, dust, snakes you only ever hear about. I grabbed mine and reached up and jabbed the broom handle into the ceiling near the worst of it. Not slamming, not smashing, just a hard, clear knock it off. 3 knocks, the kind your neighbor would recognize as please. The response was immediate. Something hit back. Not 3 polite knocks, not 1. It was a blast. Boom, 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 so hard the ceiling actually flexed in the weakest spot, and dust sifted out into my eyelashes. The sound was all around me, like it had been waiting. There wasn't space between hits. It filled the room with a kind of pressure, like a bass note through 2 big speakers. The broom handle jumped in my hand. I dropped it because my hand suddenly belonged to someone else. Then it moved. The pounding turned into motion, not a person walking, not slow. It crossed the ceiling. The only way I can make you feel it is to tell you exactly where my mind mapped it in the room. Above the bed, an explosion of thuds in a cluster, and then a dragging scrabble, a long sound as if something with mass and grip was pulling itself across beams, in a way beams aren't meant to hold. It traveled toward my desk, to the left of the window. The plasterboard trembled, the screws shivered in their spots. A hairline crack I hadn't noticed before ticked a little longer. It went across the room to the kitchen area, then back toward the door. A straight line, then an angle, then another line, like someone doing a determined search, or like an animal learning the edges. I felt it through my feet on the tile and through my teeth. My ears went hot. The back of my neck prickled so hard it hurt. I don't scare easily at building noises. This reached past sense. The sound had intention. It doubled back and landed above my bed again. If I hadn't already dropped the broom, I think I would have jabbed it through the ceiling and ripped whatever terrible net was holding my brain. I don't know why I looked at the wardrobe. Instinct, I guess. That's where the ceiling panel was. The dragging sound traveled there last, and suddenly you could hear air move. The slightest whisper through the crack where the panel met the board. I watched dust fall in a thin line with the same attention you give to a snake watching your ankle. It wasn't a big scene, it wasn't a lot of dust, but it was the first time the space above the ceiling exhaled into my room. It stopped on a dime. 1 second a scuffle and a final bump above that square. The next, a silence like a door sealing. The aftersound in my ears went on, like when you leave a loud concert and the world is wrong. My chest was tight and empty at the same time. I started shivering so hard my teeth clicked. I don't think I decided to leave. I left. I grabbed my keys and my wallet and my phone because that's what your hands do when they don't know what else to do. I didn't put on shoes. I bolted. The corridor light outside flickered on the sensor and made my shadow look like a stranger. The air out there smelled like damp concrete and someone's curry. I walked fast because running would have made it worse, and then I ran anyway halfway down because I heard something bump in a unit 2 doors away, and my body didn't care that it wasn't my ceiling. I texted a friend and said, "I know it's late, but can I crash on your floor?" The message had typos because my hands had their own heartbeat. They called immediately and asked 0 questions. When I reached their building, I realized I'd been holding my breath for blocks. My chest hurt from the way I was pulling air. I didn't sleep so much as I went flat and stared at a blank wall until my eyes stopped showing me my own ceiling. I lay there, replaying the path of the sound, like I could turn it into something reasonable by going over it enough times. The only thing I got from that was that my brain now had a map of exactly how it had moved, and the map itself made me feel sick. I didn't go back for clothes. I wore the same t-shirt the next morning and didn't even feel stupid about it. The landlord said he would meet me at noon. He'd always been practical and tired, the way small landlords are. He showed up with a ring of keys and a face that said he didn't have time for dramatic tenants. I told him what I heard in the flattest voice I could manage so it wouldn't sound like one of those stories. He didn't roll his eyes. He didn't make jokes. He said he'd look. He brought a short aluminum ladder up the stairs from his truck and a flashlight the size of my forearm. Back in my flat in daylight, everything looked embarrassing. The broom on the floor, the dust that had fallen in a thin line near the wardrobe, the crack in the ceiling that had lengthened a fraction, paperwork from school everywhere, a cup by the sink with old tea in it. He set the ladder under the panel and climbed 2 rungs. He pushed his palm against the square, and it stuck, and then gave with that dry paint snapping sound. He slid it aside a few inches. The air that came down didn't whoosh. It was that slow stale that has lived too long under hot roofs. He aimed the torch, and then, without saying anything, tucked it between his teeth and reached both hands up and grabbed the panel. He lifted himself up under his armpits and eased half his body through. His feet stayed on the 2nd rung. His shoes squeaked faintly on aluminum. He was up there a good 10 seconds, 15. Not long. He didn't speak to me while he was up there. He peered, moved the torch a fraction, moved it again. The way his head turned, tiny, careful, stole the rest of my calm. He made a sound when he saw whatever he saw. It wasn't a word. It wasn't a gasp. It was a small, involuntary exhale through his nose. He made it twice. He came back down wrong. You know the difference between a person climbing and a person returning quickly but trying not to show they're returning quickly. He braced his palm against the ceiling, pushed the panel back into place with more force than he needed, wiped the heel of his hand on his shirt, and stood on the floor without looking at me. The color had left him. He apologized for the state of the unit in a way that made no sense. Then he said he would call the police. He didn't explain. He didn't ask me to leave or to stay. He just stepped out into the corridor, dialed, and spoke too low for me to hear more than yes and our unit number. I stood there with the dull flashlight, feeling like a prop in a scene I hadn't agreed to. The air in the room felt denser and thinner. Both. The ceiling panel looked exactly as it always had. The broom was still on the floor where it had fallen. I wanted to grab a backpack and throw my stuff into it. I also didn't want to step under that square again. When the police came, they moved like people who have done too many apartments. 2 officers in short sleeves, despite the sticky heat, another in a darker shirt who may have been higher rank. They asked me basic questions. When did you hear it? What did it sound like? Did you open the hatch yourself? Number, number, number. Their eyes flicked along the same line mine had. Wardrobe edge, ceiling square, cracked seam. One officer asked if I'd eaten breakfast. I said no. It was the nicest question anyone asked me all day. They put a ladder under the panel again. One officer went up slower than the landlord, with gloves and a mask this time. The other stood behind him and held the ladder's sides. I stayed in the corridor because nobody told me to, and I didn't want to be in the room 1 second more than necessary. The neighbor upstairs came down and tried to hover until the 3rd officer told them to go back in. The landlord stood with his hands on his hips, staring down at the stair treads like he was trying to work out math. Whatever they found up there, they didn't tell me. The officer climbed down. He said a few words to the others in a low voice. The landlord nodded like he'd hoped for a no and got a yes. I caught fragments in Malay that I could guess at, but not assembled cleanly. Then the older officer turned to me, asked if I had somewhere to stay for a couple of days, and suggested that I do that. He didn't say, "Don't sleep here." He didn't need to. I said I did. He told me he was sorry for the inconvenience in a tone that suggested a script. They took statements. They did not take mine for long. They took the landlord aside. He winced like a person with a sudden toothache. I went back in to grab a few things. I stood directly under the ceiling panel to reach into the top of the wardrobe for my passport, and every hair on my arms lifted again like a slap. I didn't hesitate. I left. I heard the officers talking as I shut the door. I heard the landlord's voice flatten with fatigue. The building smelled like bleach and heat. People asked what it was. I don't know. I wasn't told. These stories are never neat. My guess isn't better than yours. I know my ceiling carried things that weren't my business, and I know the sound I heard that night had a tension in it. It wasn't random. It didn't build and fade like thunder. It aimed itself, and then it cut out at the hatch like someone pinched a wire. I didn't spend another night there. I found a way to be elsewhere until I moved, because once a place tells you it doesn't want you, every creak lives wrong in your head. I still feel silly writing that, but my body knew it before my brain did. You can rationalize a lot. You can be respectable about noise and old buildings and pipes. You can decide you're dramatic and tell yourself stories about cats and wind. None of that helps when the sound runs across your ceiling like it knows your floor plan better than you do, stops over the one square in the room that opens to somewhere you've never seen, and the air changes on your face. I carry the exact order of it with me. The regular thumps at 11, the broom handle knocking, the slam back. So fast and hard dust filled my eyes. The path from bed to desk to kitchen to door to wardrobe. The cease on top of the hatch that was too sudden to belong to anything natural. The way my legs took me out of the room without waiting for input. The landlord's shoes squeaking on the ladder rung, and the sound he made, small and human, when his eyes met something in the dark above my ceiling. It ended like somebody hit stop. 1 second, a body above me, pounding, moving, answering me. The next, a silence with edges. I couldn't explain it to you even if I tried for a year. I heard it, I felt it, I left. And when I think I hear a light scuff over my head in any building now, my skin remembers the exact shape of that stop, and there's nothing more to say after that. Story 13. I grew up in Dashton Vale, out in the Karoo outlands of South Africa, in one of those houses that makes no sense for a family because the corridors are too long and the rooms feel a step too far apart. The kind where your voice carries in a way that makes you instinctively keep it down. Our place was single-story, cement walls painted the same off-white that always looks dirty by the end of a dry season. The hallway ran like a spine straight through it, tiled from front to back. The tiles were pale and slightly uneven, with hairline cracks you could line up with your big toe when you walked barefoot. If you dropped a spoon in the kitchen, you could hear the ring of it all the way down the hall in my bedroom. If somebody coughed in the front room, it echoed twice before it gave up. I knew every click and return echo in that house. My room was 3 doors down on the right. It had a narrow window that looked out over scrub and stubborn grass and a line of low trees that never stopped shedding. In the corner of my room by the wardrobe, there was a chair we only put there because there was nowhere else for it to go. Brown, solid, a bit too upright to be comfortable for long. I hung my bag on it after school and draped laundry over the back even though I wasn't supposed to. That chair was so normal to me, I barely saw it. The day it happened was an ordinary day that turned ugly for no reason. Late afternoon, enough heat left in the air to steal your energy. I had walked home dusty, cut through the side yard, banged the mud off my shoes against the step like always, and gone straight to my room to drop my bag. My mother was in the kitchen at the far end of that long corridor, a pot on the stove doing a quiet simmer and the radio murmuring some talk show with the volume just low enough to be company. The house smelled like onions cooking and sun-warmed dust. There was a bowl of potatoes near the sink because we planned on roasting them with dinner. That's the part that stuck, how ordinary it was. I remember pushing my door open with a hip because my hands were full of textbooks. The door rubbed along the tile because the frame had settled weirdly over the years. I stepped inside, and the corner chair wasn't empty. There was a man sitting in it. I didn't take it in all at once. My brain did that slide where it tries to turn the thing you're seeing into anything else. It failed fast, because he was right there. He was sitting like he belonged there, a little slouched, hands on his knees. He was the wrong kind of stranger, not a neighbor you recognize from church, not a friend of a relative, not a workman in Hiviz, just a man. He looked up at me as if I had walked into his space. Everything in me went cold so fast, my hands actually tingled, like all the blood moved to my legs and my heart at once. The tiles under my feet might as well have been ice. The first stupid thought that hit me was that a door was open somewhere and he had walked in. All the doors were shut. You can hear our doors from anywhere in the house because of the way they drag and stick. Nothing had dragged or stuck. I stared at his face because I wanted to remember it if I had to tell someone later. But my eyes kept jumping away and I got stuck on dumb details. Brown jacket that was too warm for the day. Work trousers scuffed at the knee. The way his hair was flattened in the back, like he'd been leaning his head against a wall. Skin the color of the men who spent all day in sun. Not a phantom sheet, not glowing, nothing like that. A person. He didn't shout. His voice was flat enough to feel colder than if he had yelled. He didn't swear at me. He just said like a fact, "Get out. This is my room." His eyes didn't blink when he said it. Or maybe they did, and I just didn't see it, because everything in me went tunneled and bright. My mouth went dry the way it does during a fever. Every little thought I've ever had about how I would be brave in a break-in died on the spot. I did not argue. I did not say, "Who are you?" I did not ask how he got in. I did the thing every animal in a small body does when it meets something wrong. I turned around and ran. The corridor gave that hollow slap back to my bare feet, which is how my mother knew I was coming before she saw me. I can't tell you what sound came out of my mouth because it didn't sound like a word until I grabbed at her arm. Hot pot on the stove, radio talking nonsense, onions starting to brown too much. Her whole body shifted into that, is it a snake or a fire kind of alert. She didn't make me describe. She didn't scold. She shoved the pot off the hot plate, turned the knob down by memory, wiped her hands on her apron, and walked. The look on her face settled me a little, and then unsettled me more. It was that calm you get when the fear has stepped back and left the part of you that gets it done. We went back down the corridor fast. My chest felt hollow, like I had left most of my organs somewhere between the kitchen and the hall. I kept thinking I would hear him move or clear his throat or stand up. I kept thinking I'd see his shoulders in silhouette through my door. The door was open exactly the way I'd left it. The room smelled like sun and dust and my school bag. The chair was empty. There wasn't even a dent in the seat, and that's the kind of detail that made my stomach do that drop off a cliff. The air in the room felt normal. Light from the little window lay on the floor at the wrong angle for the time. I remember staring at that for half a second like an idiot, looking for anything to be wrong in a way I could measure with my eyes. Nothing was wrong. Everything was wrong. My mother did the tour. She checked the window latch, even though that window isn't big enough for a lanky teenager to get through, much less a grown man. She checked the wardrobe like he might have stepped into it, which is absurd, and I was so scared she could have checked the drawer and I wouldn't have blinked. She moved the chair with one hand, and it squeaked against the tile in that familiar, ugly way chairs do, and I hated hearing a normal noise in that room. She stepped back into the hall and peered toward the front door and the back. Both shut. Both with the keys hanging on the hooks where they always hung. She said carefully that maybe I had nodded off and dreamed it without noticing, and the back of my neck burned because I wanted that to be true more than I've wanted anything. I hadn't. I can tell you the exact way my body was standing and the shift in the muscles in my face when I saw him. There was nothing dream about it. We stood there until the tension had nowhere to go and just fell down into the floor. She went back to the kitchen because the pot would burn if she didn't, and doing something helps when your brain is throwing up sparks. I followed because the idea of staying in the corridor by myself felt like asking for something. We stood shoulder to shoulder at the counter, and she went back to chopping like normal people do when they refuse to be bullied by their own house. I opened the sugar and introduced it to the butter because we decided earlier that day that it was a cake day. And for me, cake batter is the easiest thing in the world to make when your hands need an assignment. The radio kept chatting and hissing with bad reception. A fly hit the window once, twice, and then gave up. It wasn't 10 minutes later that we heard the first scrape. A soft sound, not dramatic, a rounded weight on tile. If you've ever rolled a potato on a smooth floor, you know the sound. Soft bump at the start, then that little scratch where the skin catches, then another bump when it hits the threshold strip. We both looked at each other like we were waiting for the other to say something. Neither of us did. We looked down the hall. A potato rolled around the corner from the corridor and into the kitchen, took a gentle, stupid curve, and stopped by my heel. We stared at it like it might tell us a joke. It was one of ours. Brown skin, bits of sandy dirt still clinging where we hadn't washed it yet. There was a basket of them in the scullery by the back door. They didn't live in the corridor. There's no slope in that hall. It was a run of tiles that slanted imperceptibly toward the kitchen if you had a bubble level, but not enough to move a potato from the scullery, around a corner, and into our feet. I stepped back because all at once I couldn't bear anything touching me that I hadn't put there. Another sound came from the corridor, the same muted roll, the same pause and bump. The second potato appeared and did the same little awkward arc onto the kitchen tiles. It moved too calmly to be a fall. It didn't roll hard and hit the cabinet. It rolled with a slow purpose and stopped when it reached us. The hairs on my arms lifted cleanly, no prick, just straight up like they'd been yanked that way. We didn't speak. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's the truth. My mother's knife stayed in her hand like she didn't trust where to put it. I could hear the weak simmer of the pot behind us and the small hiss of oil on the stove. And underneath that, the soft scuff as a third potato came around the corner. We could have blamed anything. A bag could have tipped. A shelf could have shifted. A stupid prank of physics, but the potatoes weren't coming from our side. They were coming from the mouth of that stupid long corridor, from the place where my room sat 3 doors down, one after another with the exact same motion and the exact same pause, like someone who had never done it before and was making sure it didn't get away. By the time the third one reached us, my mother had put her knife down and walked to the corridor with that squared-off walk she uses when she's made a decision. She didn't shout into it. She didn't try to be brave out loud. She leaned just enough into the hall to look left and right. The house was itself. Pictures hanging slightly crooked because the walls never were level, the long run of pale tile, the doorways gaping open. No bag had tipped in the scullery. Our potato basket sat where it had sat all afternoon, with the rest tucked inside, quiet. The corridor had nothing in it. She came back into the kitchen with her mouth doing that pressing to a line that means she's stacking facts into a pile and trying to make sense of them. A fourth potato rolled its quiet arc and bumped my foot because I hadn't moved far enough away this time. I picked it up because my hands needed to do something and it was cold and gritty. I put it on the counter. I half expected, which is to say I completely expected, that a fifth would appear. It didn't. The air went flat. The radio hissed and cleared and hissed. My stomach hurt in that empty way. Fear makes it hurt. We left those 4 exactly where they had come to rest. Neither of us wanted to stand at the mouth of that corridor anymore. We finished dinner and the cake, because if we didn't follow the steps we set for ourselves, our hands would shake. When we had to go down the hall to the bathroom, or my room, we did it together, and I hated myself for it, and I did it anyway. The rest of the night had that stretched feeling where you can't relax your shoulders. I slept with my door cracked and the chair in the corner pointed not toward the bed. I did that last part like a rule, like putting it that way would keep whatever belonged to it in its place. I wish I could say that was the end of it. It wasn't exactly, but the rest didn't happen that night. The worst of it was over by the time it got dark. The house went quiet and stayed quiet in a taut way, like a held breath. We didn't talk about it before bed because talking would have made us into a story, and neither of us wanted to be that. What happened after came like stamps on a paper you didn't want. Weeks later, I won't turn this into a long timeline, we were making another cake, same kitchen, same corridor. A handful of potatoes slid under their own power in a controlled trickle from the hall to the kitchen the way they had that first day, not rushing, just showing us they could. My mother peered around the corner again and found nothing. She said nothing, I said nothing. We picked them up and put them back in the basket and didn't mention it while the cake rose. The piece that cemented everything wasn't a potato, it was my grandmother. She came for a visit not long after, and she is not a jumpy person. She doesn't do stories. She had a cup of tea and a dry biscuit and then, pale, came back in from the corridor where she'd gone to the bathroom and said, in a thin voice I hadn't heard from her before, that she had just seen a man walking the hall. She described him like she was reading my memory back to me. Same build, same clothes, same set of him. She gave one extra detail I hadn't been able to hold on to because I'd been too scared. A small crease near his mouth, as if he didn't have many teeth left. She didn't know what had happened in my room because we hadn't told her. That's when my mother decided we were going to go. We didn't make a scene. We just started packing like people who had made up their minds. We moved out not long after. That house is probably still standing, long corridor and all, pretending to be harmless. I don't have a pretty wrap-up. I don't have photos. I have the way the chair looked when it was empty, and shouldn't have felt empty. I have the way potatoes sounded traveling across tile from a place they did not start, like something was guiding them with care. I have my grandmother's thin voice, naming a man she had no reason to invent, and describing the thing that made my skin turn to ice the second I saw it. I have the after, which is mostly practical life, and sometimes the memory that drops into my chest without permission. People who haven't lived in a place like that ask if I'm sure. I'm sure about the feeling of tile beneath me when my legs wanted to run and my brain hadn't allowed me to yet. I'm sure about the tone of the voice that told me to get out. Not angry, not loud, just the ownership in it. I'm sure about the tiny, gritty cold of the potato in my palm as I lifted it off the floor with the slow movements of someone trying not to spook an animal. I'm sure about the chair being empty and still smelling like sunlight on brown fabric, which is nothing and everything. It's been years, and sometimes in a different kitchen, when I set a potato down too close to the edge of the counter and it drops, the sound it makes on tile takes me right back to that long, echoing corridor and the soft scuff of something pushing it along the floor in a line that had nothing to do with gravity. I wait without wanting to want it to see if another will follow. It never does. The memory is the only thing that rolls forward. That first day, the man in the chair, his voice, the run down the hall, the 4 potatoes making that slow path into the kitchen while we stood without breathing, and then it all cut like a line snipped with scissors, and then nothing. Story 14. I worked nights in a maternity hospital in Kuala Lumpur. If you've done nights, you know how a building changes after midnight. The smell of disinfectant turns into the smell of the building itself. The hum of the vents sounds louder. Doors that are just doors in the day turn into landmarks you count to stay awake. Our place is a mix of old and new. 2 wings joined by a central corridor, newer elevators bolted into an older frame, bright wards and then pockets that feel colder for no practical reason. Night shifts mean a lot of small errands that never stop. I'm not clinical, so I'm the person who gets sent with paperwork when it needs to go now, and the daytime runners aren't there. Consent packets, charts, discharge summaries that have to be left at records. Courier envelopes for the admin floor that will be processed by whoever shows up first in the morning, up and down, back and forth. The elevator is my friend until it isn't. That night started like any other. The delivery suite was steady but not frantic. We had one emergency expectant, a couple of inductions taking their time, a room full of relatives in the waiting area who had worn grooves into the chairs from hours of sitting. I had my routine. Keep the forms moving, keep the printer fed, keep an eye on the board, keep the security cabinet locked. Everything felt normal enough that my brain found places to rest. The vending machine on 4 ate someone's coins again. Maintenance finally fixed the flicker in the corridor by the theater doors. The cleaner on the late shift played music a little too loud from her phone and then remembered herself and switched it off when she passed the nurse's station. Around 1:30 in the morning, I got asked to take a set of documents up to 5. The 5th floor houses our NICU and some offices. The 3rd floor is mostly administrative, finance, HR, a training room. At night, the 3rd floor is dead. The corridor lights stay on a motion sensor, the doors to the office suites are locked with card access, and the only living thing is usually a gecko that has moved in behind the potted plant by the lifts. I know because I've stood there waiting on scans from one of the lounges, the kind of waiting where you sway, because if you stand still, you'll sleep. I grabbed the envelope and my badge, tucked keys into my pocket because the badge reader on 5 can be finicky, and headed for the bank of 3 elevators in the central core. Only one was in service that night. The others have those little laminated signs maintenance puts up when they're doing whatever they do behind those panel doors. I pressed the button and watched the light change to orange. The doors slid open with that rubber edges on glass whisper. The car was empty. You learn the smell of your elevators. Ours smelled like floor cleaner and warm metal and the ghost of whatever food someone had smuggled in past visiting hours. I stepped inside and hit 5. The car did its usual half-second pause, the little shudder that always happens in that older building, and then it began to rise. The indicator ticked past 1, the faint chime sounded, and the doors opened on 2. No one. Doors slid shut. A minute later, 3. Doors open. This is the part my brain took in without comment at the time. The doors parted, and a small figure darted across the threshold like a streak of light. A child. Little. I didn't process age or details beyond small. A laugh hit the air at the same time. Not a belly laugh, not a shout. The kind of quick, high giggle that has air in it. Like a kid playing hide and seek who has just found the best hiding spot and can't help giving themselves away. The movement was fast. The child ran in past me, brushed the back corner of the car with a little hand slap like tagging base, and then turned and zipped back out just as the doors started to think about closing. Light feet, quick movement, a blur. The laugh stayed in the air a half beat after the doors started to slide. I didn't say anything. I didn't put an arm out to stop the doors. I didn't look into the corridor to see if a parent was coming. I did what you do at 2 in the morning when you've got a job. I watched the doors close, felt the car move, felt that tiny lift in my stomach that says, going up, and waited to be spat out on 5. On 5, the NICU had its own smell that night, warm plastic and antiseptic and the faint, sweet air of formula. I swiped my badge because that reader always makes you swipe twice. The doors clicked open 8 inches, then remembered themselves, and opened the rest of the way. The lights in there always look harsh after the quieter floors. I dropped the envelope at the counter and nodded to the nurse behind it. She had that 1,000-yard stare of a person in the middle of a 12-hour stretch who has seen 3 different kinds of panic in 1 hour. The monitors inside did their steady beep and soft alarms. Someone walked past with a tiny, quiet bundle, moving the way people move when they are trying not to disturb the air. I didn't linger. I didn't count incubators or try to see tiny faces. I turned and got back in the elevator and hit the button for ground. The car hummed and shuddered and did what it was supposed to do. The doors opened on 4 to an empty lobby with a cleaning cart, closed, opened on 3 to a hallway that looked like a photo of a hallway. Strip lights, polished floor, the blinds drawn on the first office. If you stood there, you'd smell nothing, just conditioned air with the life boiled out of it. I didn't step out. I watched the doors close and felt the lurch and the slow drop back toward the living parts of the building. On the way back to the station, my head was already on the next task. People were waiting on a discharge pack for the morning. Someone had lost a visitor band and needed a temporary. I had to put a label order in for the blood bank. I stood behind the desk, pulled a form up, and started talking to a colleague about nothing. We always talk about nothing at that hour. Snacks, someone's car acting up, who's off on Friday. It was while saying something about the machine on 4 eating coins that the fat understanding finally slid into place. It didn't arrive like panic. It arrived like a small, honest fact I wish I hadn't noticed. My mouth kept forming the words I was saying, and my brain quietly asked me, why was there a child on 3 in the middle of the night? We don't have pediatrics. There's no pediatric ward in that wing, not even in that building. The 3rd floor is offices and a training room that is locked after office hours. The admin corridor gets locked at 9 at night. Security does a sweep, and then the motion lights do their thing. No visitors go there, no one waits there, no one's family sits on that carpet in the middle of the night because there's nothing to wait for. The only people on 3 would be security on a patrol, or me, or someone out of place who would be challenged by the first guard to wander into their path. Also, the second thing, once the first settled, I didn't hear anyone else. I didn't hear adult shoes in that bright, empty hallway when the doors opened. I didn't hear the beep of a card reader on the office suite across the way. I didn't hear a door easing shut, the way those heavy doors do. I didn't hear a cleaner's cart or the wheels of a trolley. I heard a laugh, a small, light laugh, quick as a bird. I saw a small shape move fast, tag base, and move again, and then the doors were closed and the elevator was moving. The back of my neck went cold in the way that has nothing to do with temperature. It's a clean cold that moves up your spine in a line. I must have gone quiet because my colleague looked at me and said something, and I didn't answer because I was following the fact around in a circle. During the day, kids are everywhere in our world. Siblings with too much energy touching everything in the waiting area. Cousins playing peekaboo with their reflections under the window of the nursery. It would never make me blink downstairs at noon to see a child run by an elevator. On 3 at 1:30 in the morning, there should have been no one. I tried to file it in a drawer that makes sense. A staff member's kid? Number. You don't bring kids to the admin floors during a night shift. Security would walk them straight back down. The training room being used after hours by a group. Number. The schedule was printed and on the desk at reception, and it had been blank for night use all week. The cleaners? They sometimes bring a teenager, but not a small one, and not at that hour, and never on 3 because we close it and they clean it in the day. The laugh didn't belong to a teen anyway. It was too small. It had that breathy, bellish sound kids have when they're still all air and excitement and no weight. The shift trundled on. We're good at that. You pack things away in your body and you move. A woman in labor needed transport. Someone's father got lost in the stairwells again, and security had to fetch him. A mother cried quietly in a corner, and a cleaner pretended she didn't see, and then put a tissue box down 2 seats away. We repeated the dumb jokes that live on the night team, because if you don't, the silence makes everything too full. I did what I was meant to do, and my brain kept replaying the same 2 seconds. Open doors, small figure running in, laugh, touch the back wall, gone. Around 3 in the morning, I was sent up again. I told myself not to be ridiculous about it. I took the other elevator and found it out of service. Maintenance had put their little sign in front of it, so it was me and the same car I'd just used. I hit the button and watched the indicator blur with tired eyes and told myself what I always tell myself. This is a building. It has floors and doors and cables. The elevator chimed. The doors opened. I stepped in and hit 5 and stared at my shoes because I didn't trust my own face. 2 was empty. 3. The doors slid open and the hallway outside looked like a photograph again. The blinds on the closest office glowed faintly from the exit sign in the hall, making a stripe pattern. The motion sensor light farther down flicked on slowly because it takes a second to notice and then believes there's a person when there isn't. The elevator thought about my presence and waited. The doors slid shut. 5 was 5. Warm air, nurses who had the same 1,000-yard stare, the sound of paper sliding across a counter. Back down, 4. The cleaning cart a different angle, the smell of disinfectant sharper on that floor. 3. A corridor of flat light, no running, no laugh. Only the idea of one that kept looping like a song stuck in my head. I finished the shift and kept my mouth shut because sometimes telling a thing makes it pick you on purpose. I went home in the pale, dirty pink morning you get here when the sky doesn't know what weather it wants and fell asleep with the TV on because the human sound helps. I woke up throwing heat. Not like a small fever. I mean the kind of heavy, stupid fever that confuses you. Cold hands, hot head, alternating chills that make your teeth chatter. No sore throat, no cough, no stomach, just fever. I messaged and said I wasn't coming in. I slept again and woke up soaked. It ran like that for a few days. I went to the clinic like a good person. Negative for dengue, nothing obvious, on basic bloods. Viral fever, which is what they call it when they can't call it anything else. I was back on my feet by the weekend, shaky and drained. I don't connect things that don't belong together without a lot of push. I've spent too long in hospitals not to respect the way you can convince yourself you're special because a building gave you a feeling. I'm not special. I did a run with papers at 1:30 in the morning, and an elevator door opened on a floor that shouldn't have had a child anywhere near it, and a small person ran in and laughed and touched the back of the car and was gone, and I didn't think a thing about it until my body realized it was wrong and told my brain and my spine believed it fully. The rest is just what we did after, which is boring and telling at the same time. We don't take the elevator alone at night anymore. It isn't a rule written by the hospital, it's our rule. You wait the extra minute, you stick your head into the ward and you say, "Anyone going up?" And someone grumbles and comes or says, "Wait, I'll come with you in a sec." We joke about it to take the sting out. We say the lift on 3 is temperamental, which is true even if we're not talking about the cable. I avoid the 3rd floor if I'm alone. If I have to step out there to leave something by a locked office door, I walk with my shoulders up and my badge gripped in my hand like it's a talisman, and I tell the corridor I'm leaving this here under my breath, like a person talking to a room keeps it from becoming a story. I don't have a photo. I don't have proof. What I have is that soft, light, breathy laugh bouncing off the stainless steel inside an elevator in a hospital where children do not play hide and seek on the administrative floor after midnight. I have the way the doors opened with that little gasp of rubber and the way the small shape moved in and out without a sound heavier than air. I have the clean cold that moved up my back later when I realized what was wrong with the picture. I have the way my colleagues didn't make me feel crazy when I finally said much later, "I don't take the elevator alone at night anymore." And a couple of them said without smiling, "Yeah, me too." Sometimes on a quiet night when everything has gone unusually easy and my brain goes scavenging for the weirdest thing to latch onto, I hear it again. Not out loud. In my head. That quick bird laugh that doesn't belong in a dead corridor with locked doors. The elevator opens on 3 because it always opens on 3. The motion light down the hall drags itself to life. I hold my breath for a second for no reason. The doors slide shut. And even now, writing this, it feels like it just happened, and then cut clean, like a thread snipped in the middle of a word, and then nothing. Story 15. I was spending the weekend at my grandmother's place in Demswell Cross, the first winter after my grandfather passed. The house sits a little out on its own, not far from a hedgerow and a lane that's more potholes than road. Inside, everything is neat to the point of stubbornness. She keeps the kitchen and sitting area as one open space so she can watch TV while she does dishes or chops vegetables. It makes the house feel like a single room with corners. There's that old person clean smell, polish, washing up liquid, something citrus from a bottle that's been in the cupboard as long as I've been alive. I'd been there since late afternoon. I'd tidied up a bit, ran a hoover over the rug, and boiled water for tea, the way my grandfather used to do it. Too hot, forgetting you don't need to heat a kettle to an inch of its life. My grandmother had gone out to the neighbors to drop off a casserole dish. She likes excuses to check on people, and she was still learning the shape of her days without him. A friend of mine was staying over too, sleeping in the ground floor bedroom at the back that used to be my grandfather's office. He'd got there earlier, put his bag down, and promptly crashed with a headache. He's the sort who can nap anywhere. It was one of those early evenings where the sky goes dark before you think it should. The heating made a busy little whisper under the windows, and the TV in the sitting area was on the sort of show you watch because you don't want to think. People guessing words, canned laughter, an audience clapping on a loop. I stood at the counter with a mug in my hands, thinking about nothing much at all, looking out through the big window that faces the side garden. The sill was one of those deep ones with a painted ledge, and my grandmother keeps odds and ends there. An old jar she drops coins into, a peg for a tea towel, the calendar my grandfather always insisted on with squares big enough to write appointments in, a pen sat clipped to it by a string. He'd made that string because no one ever put the pen back. The parrot's cage sits near the dining table. He's loud when he wants, teeth on metal loud, and quiet when you think he'll be rowdy. That night he was tucked up, feathers puffed, beak grinding in that sleepy way they have. The cage had a sheet draped partway over it. He hates a full cover, half suits him. The floor in the kitchen is linoleum meant to look like tile, and you can always tell which step is yours on it. I knew every spot that creaked and every place where the edge of the rug tries to flip up as you walk by. None of that felt odd or interesting. It was the most normal night. I wasn't looking at the floor when the pen hit. I heard the sound first, a thwack that didn't match anything in the room. Not a spoon, not a drop of something, not the dull thunk of the TV remote falling. This was clean, hollow, plastic on lino. It made me jerk before I knew what it was. The parrot's head popped up. He didn't shout. He did that quick eye pinpoint birds do when they're alerted. My heart jumped in my throat hard enough that my eyes watered. I looked down. There was a pen sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor. I stared at it for a second, waiting for my brain to catch up and give me a cause. The nearest anything it could have fallen from was the counter a good meter away. There was nothing on the counter but a mug and a plate. The window shelves have a lip. If the pen had rolled off the calendar, it would have had to jump that lip and then travel in a neat curve to stop dead center on the floor. I hadn't seen movement in the corner of my eye. It was just not there, and then there, with a sound that turned my neck cold. It was familiar. A cheap aluminium pen with a knurled grip and a clip, no logo left on it. The kind of thing offices used to give out by the handful years ago. My grandfather had brought home two when he retired from his job. He liked them because the ink flowed without scratching. He kept one on that calendar with the string, and another lived in the top left drawer of the kitchen dresser. I know that because I've been asked to fetch it 1,000 times. I also know it because my grandmother likes to remind you that there are only two of those pens and don't you dare lose them. The one on the floor looked exactly like those. I did what people do when something makes no sense. I made it small. I told myself I must have knocked it earlier, and it had been perched somewhere precarious for ages, and only now finally gave up and fell. Maybe I hadn't noticed it on the edge of the counter. Maybe the vibration of the heating had walked it along. Except the counters were clear. I'd wiped them down and tidied without thinking, the way you do in a house that expects it. There was nowhere it could have been sitting. I picked it up because that felt like the right thing to do. It was cold, like metal is cold in winter. There was a little nick near the clip I recognized. It made the hair on my arms lift up. My mouth went dry the way it does when you've been told news. I didn't shout for my friend. His headaches are brutal, and I didn't want to be the person who made him wake with a start. I did something worse. I sat the pen down on the counter by the mug and pretended I wasn't shaking, and went into the short hall by the ground floor bedroom to knock, because pretending and knocking are how you fit something uncanny into the shape of the world. He came to the door with pillow lines on his face and that muzzy look of somebody who doesn't know what hour it is. He looked past me down the hall and at my hands, and I realized I was holding them weird, palms up, like I was carrying something invisible. I asked if he had been up. He said no, slightly offended, which is fair when you've been blamed for something you don't even know happened. He said he hadn't left the bed. He rubbed his eyes and went back inside, and I felt stupid and relieved and somehow even less steady. I went back to the kitchen and stared at the pen on the counter as if it might climb up and show me how it had traveled. The parrot made a quiet click. The TV laughed at something that wasn't funny. The house hummed to itself. I stood perfectly still and tried to hear anything else. The coins moved next. It started with one coin sliding along the painted window ledge like someone pushed it with a fingertip, slow enough to prove you weren't imagining it. I saw the shadow move, not the coin at first. Then the coin itself eased forward and toppled over the lip, dropped, hit the counter, pinged, landed on the floor with a flat roll, and made an almost cheerful ticking noise as it circled itself down and came to rest against the table leg. It didn't bounce. It didn't skitter. It did a deliberate roll, as if to make sure I got the point. I froze so completely that the mug's steam fogged my lower lip. My first thought, still trying to make the world normal, was that the house was tilted, some kind of settling. The second coin on the ledge did the same thing before my good sense could refuse it. A tiny scrape, a gentle push, a topple, the clean ping, roll, rest. The little jar holding most of the change didn't move. Only the loose coins sitting near the calendar. They weren't swept by a draft. The window was shut and latched. There was no draft. The tiny sound of the coin's path kept bouncing around the quiet space like it belonged to someone else's kitchen. I backed away because I didn't know what else to do. I tilted my head to see down the hall without stepping there, like distance would help. The house looked back with nothing in it but chairs and a lamp. When I turned back to the counter, the third coin was already in motion. It slipped, struck, rolled, and took a different path this time, under the lip of the parrot's cage. It clinked against the tray and disappeared under the edge, where a human hand couldn't easily reach without moving the whole cage. The parrot did a slow head swivel, and then that weird little full-body fluff they do when they're alert and trying to look bigger. He put one foot on the grate and lifted the other, toes working. He made a small, questioning sound. Not the swear words my grandfather had taught him and my grandmother pretends not to hear. Just a creak of sound that might as well have been, "I see it too." I don't know how long I stood like that. It could have been seconds. It could have been a minute or more. It didn't go on and on. It was a sprinter, not a marathon. There wasn't a fourth coin right away. The room didn't flood with small moving noises. Everything just settled, as if nothing had happened. The kettle's click when it turns itself off made me jump like a gun had gone off. My face felt too hot and my hands too cold. That's what fear does to you. You turn into a weather system with no middle ground. I crouched to see the coin under the cage. It glinted from the shadow. I couldn't get to it without shoving the setup and scaring the bird. and I didn't dare move anything. I had that feeling you get sometimes in places that are too quiet at the wrong time, like the air is a note you're not supposed to touch. I straightened up too fast and saw starbursts where the light was, then shook my head to clear it and gripped the edge of the counter till my knuckles ached. I went and stood in the hall by the ground floor bedroom again because my body wanted another human in the echo of what I had just seen. I didn't knock. I didn't want to hear my friend say anything that would turn this into a conversation I would have to have. I stood there until my heart climbed back down into a normal rhythm on its own. When my grandmother came back, the front door did that little rubbery haul it always does. Her voice had its normal "I'm home" call in it. She always says the house's name like it's a person who needs telling. She had that casserole dish wrapped in a tea towel. I didn't do an immediate unloading. I wanted to see if the house would behave when she was in the room. It did. It put its polite face on and sat there with all the heavy stillness in place. The coins stayed where they were. The jar sat like a jar. The parrot went quiet again, head tucked to shoulder. After she took her coat off and set the dish in the sink, I showed her the pen on the counter. I didn't make it sound like a ghost story. I said, "This was in the middle of the kitchen floor." She looked at it, and in that 1 second, I watched a woman who does not entertain nonsense decide whether to make room in her head for an impossible thing. She ran her thumb over the knurled bit the way she does when she's checking whether a screw will catch. She didn't say, "Don't be daft." She didn't say, "It must have fallen." She said, very low, "There are 2 of these pens, one on the calendar and one in the top left drawer." Then she said, "I've not opened that drawer today." We both looked at the calendar. The pen was clipped there, the string hanging. The drawer handle on the dresser looked exactly the way it always looks. She reached and pulled it, and it gave that slightly sticky sound old drawers make, like wood glued to itself. There, on the left-hand side, cushioned in its nest of elastic bands and spare batteries and old receipts, sat the second pen. She shut the drawer again carefully, like glass. We didn't make a big speech. She didn't do the sign of the cross or ask me if I wanted to go to church or any of the things people do in stories. She made herself a cup of tea and put one down for me and leaned her hips against the counter and looked into the middle distance for a very long couple of breaths. The TV chattered on. The parrot did single clicks intermittently, like he was testing the air. We stood like that, leaning and looking, and after a while she reached out and touched the pen on the counter with her fingertip and then pushed it back so it sat against the mug, as if it belonged there. Later that evening, after the friend had woken properly and come out and sat with us, and we'd all eaten something, the coins started up again in a more subtle way, as if to prove the first wasn't an accident. No build-up, no dramatics. One coin slipped and fell and rolled a gentle arc and kissed the kickboard under the units. The friend went rigid and then tried to laugh, because that's how he deals. He swore he hadn't moved from the doorway earlier. He swore he wouldn't do that. He isn't the prank type. The air had that peculiar heavy lightness you get just before a storm, but inside your chest. That last coin that ran under the parrot's cage just sat there like a tiny dot of proof no one would believe if you'd told them. I slid a butter knife under and dragged it out just enough to hook it with 2 fingers, because I wanted to hold something that had moved without permission. It was cold in a way the others weren't, but maybe I was just colder by then. I set it on the counter next to the pen and made some awful joke about my grandfather's change jar wanting to be counted. No one laughed. The house gave us back our silence. We finished the night in small movements. We turned down the TV. We let the parrot grumble himself to sleep. My grandmother wiped the counter 3 extra times. The pen stayed where it was. The coins stayed, except for the one we dragged back from under the cage, which I left because leaving it felt like acknowledging whatever had set it going in the first place. When we went up to bed, every stair felt flatter and longer than it usually does. In the morning, the normal daylight took the edge off, but not in the way where it makes you feel silly. It was like walking out of a cinema into sunshine and having to remind yourself that your eyes need time. The pen on the counter sat exactly where we'd put it. The calendar pen was still clipped. The drawer hadn't magically moved itself. My grandmother stuck the pen we'd found back into its pair, not without a small pause, and clipped it beside the one on the calendar, just for a second, like she wanted to see them together. Then she put it back in the drawer, shut it with a firm push, and went on with her morning as if someone had come by to say hello, and there was no need to make a thing of it. It should have been the end. We didn't tell many people. I've held it like a hot little stone in my stomach since. I don't love making lists of weirdness. I like cooking and watching terrible TV and noticing when the parrot is quiet enough that you have to check he's awake. But sometimes, doing dishes in another house, I will push a coin back from the edge of a sink because suddenly I can hear the sound of that slow roll the first one made, clean, flat, good-natured almost. And I will get that same stupid cold line up my neck and wait for the second clink. And of course it never comes. I don't know what to call it. I don't need to. It felt like someone with careful hands moving small things the way my grandfather used to fiddle with whatever was in reach during the adverts. Pens, coins, matchboxes, you name it. That's the part that makes me soften, even while my skin prickles. The smallness of the choices, the way nothing got broken. You could call it coincidence. You could call it grief hallucinates detail. You could call it air currents and vibration and poor shelf lips. Fine. There are sensible names. There is also the way a pen hit dead center of a kitchen that hadn't had one in it a second before. In a house where there are two, exactly two, one on a string and one in a drawer no one had opened. I can still feel the exact weight of that moment when the first coin slid, the way the parrot's eye pinned, the way my breath stuck and then let go. It wasn't a horror movie. It was a simple, quiet flex of the world. The pen, the coins, my grandmother's thumb on the knurl of a pen she had counted 100 times, the clean little ping of a coin, touching tile, the roll under the parrot's cage, my friend swearing he hadn't moved. It felt like it had just happened, and then the line was cut, like someone had tidied up after themselves so neatly that the only thing left was the shape of it in our heads. And then nothing.